Right. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Shall we start? Right. You are please seated. Right. So equally we need to learn a lesson, right? So unit number 14, the continuity of life, reproduction. One of the lesson which speaks about how the life, how the living things are existing, how they are prevailing their species continuously on Earth. Okay. And one of the most important lesson in your exams, maybe grade 10, grade 11, both the exams, and something like one must question will be there. Okay. So here we're going to speak about the types of reproduction that could be seen in the animal and the plant world. Right. So basically we do have some topics here. First we have to speak about the reproduction of plants, and then we come to reproduction of man. Right. So under reproduction of plants, two major topics we have to discuss. One is the asexual reproduction and sexual reproduction, and all the topics are given here. Okay. I'm giving you 2 minutes. Just go through that mind map. This gives you the whole idea about whatever the points, whatever the topics you are going to discuss in this lesson. That picture is given here. So just have a look quickly. Right. So what is this reproduction? Anyone have an idea about what do you mean by reproduction? Reproduction means. So if you don't know what it is, don't imagine. So what is reproduction? It is the process that gives rise to a new generation from an existing generation. Whenever you come for this animal world and plant world, being living beings, they have the right to prevail their existence, establish their existence on earth. If they're not living, if they're not giving rise for another generation, that the species will be totally vanished with one thing. It won't be continued. To continue these lives on earth, it's very important as a biological process, this reproduction to be happening. Okay. So accordingly, from one generation, another new generation will be given rise, and this is what we term as reproduction. So let's write this down first. The life process. The life process that gives rise to the life process that gives rise to a new generation from an existing generation is referred to as reproduction. is referred to as reproduction. Right. Now this reproduction when we take, there are two types of reproduction methods. What are the two types? One is the sexual reproduction, sexual reproduction. Okay. So what is the difference between these two? Now what is the reproduction that could be seen in plants? Both asexual and sexual reproduction can be seen. In animals, only sexual reproduction, no asexual reproduction. Okay, fine. So what are the differences between them? You see, when you cover sexual reproduction, the first one is asexual. Asexual reproduction. This is occurred by spores. Occurred by spores. This carried out by spores and vegetative parts from a matured organism. One organism in a species is what contributing towards this asexual reproduction. That means there is no need of two individuals to fuse together. Okay, so they don't need two individuals to contribute towards reproduction within one organism. Another organism could be one. Okay, or set of organisms can be right. So here vegetative parts, natural or artificial vegetative parts are being used in plants, and this is not happening in animals. Okay, and the spores are being used up. Spores could be seen over the leaves, or basically below the leaves. Small structures are there. Small structures are there. Right. So when you come for sexual reproduction, definitely there should be two individuals, and these two individuals should be producing gametes from two different genders. Okay. So when you come for man and other animals, we do have dimorphism. Sexual dimorphism refers to clearly there are two genders showing two different sexual characteristics, and the differences between their appearance, differences between their they call reproductive organs, and the whole body structure is totally different, and they do have clearly two genders, and between the genders they contribute towards giving rise to offspring. So that is sexual reproduction, and their gamete cells are formed. Gamete cells mean the sperm cells produced by man and egg cells produced by women. Okay, so what are the differences between them? You see, contributes only one parental organism. Parental organism means parental word refers to both father and mother. And there you can see contribute two organisms which are referred to as maternal and paternal. So parental organisms, maternal means the mother, paternal means the father. Gives rise to offspring which are more or less like maternal organisms. Since one organism gives rise to another generation, the second generation formed up would be most probably same like or slightly different. Not a big difference will be there between the mother. Okay, so identical like organisms would be given. But when you come here, give rise to offspring with mixed characteristics, because father and mother with two different genes, they are combining to give rise to offsprings. So the offsprings born will be having a mixture of both the characteristics, right? And no production of gametes, no production, spores are being used up, and their production of gametes happen, egg cells and sperm cells. And meiosis does not occur. Since it is asexual reproduction, no meiosis takes place. You have already learned about the cell division as mitosis and meiosis. Mitosis, okay, same number of chromosomes will be given, and meiosis, number of chromosomes become half. Number of chromosomes become half. So meiosis occurs always, remember, in sexual reproduction. Meiosis occurs in sexual reproduction, and mitosis is what happening in asexual reproduction. Meiosis will not take place, right? And new species are not produced. No new species produced. Same species. Man gives rise to man. Okay, man gives rise for man, not monkeys, right? Okay, monkeys from the apes, man came. That is according to the evolution, because of the genetic changes with time. Millions of years passed for these simple to advanced complex changes happen. So that is the evolution part. Okay, so man will not give rise to a monkey, but the man born seems to be like a monkey. That's a different story. No, so they jump on, hop on here and there. So that's because of the characteristics, right? So you see, new species will not be given in asexual reproduction. But here, you see, new species with better adaptation to environment are produced. That's what I told you. Now, man is not given for monkey. But according to science, man to man, this generation, one generation to another, when it is moving on, they become more adapted towards the modern world. And today you can see that, right? There is a difference between your father and yourself. Okay, and from you and your generation, there will be a clear difference, because with the time evolving up, there are changes in the modern world. According to that, genetically there will be changes happening too. So accordingly, the offsprings produced will be having adaptations better towards the world, right? So a large number of offsprings can be produced in a short time period. Now, when you cover this, large number of organisms can be produced within a short time. But sexual reproduction is not like that. Okay, starting from birth, right? Springs will be there. Rarely means, in certain places. Okay, on and off we can hear 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 at once. It will be given rise. So there are some occasions where 11 like babies also born at once. Okay, so how it happens we'll learn later, right? So a large number of offsprings can be produced in a short time, but here increase of the number of offsprings is slow, and then can be seen in primitive plants and animals. So low grade plants and animals, we can see this asexual reproduction. And like bacteria, fungi, like organisms, also this asexual reproduction can be seen. And when you come for sexual reproduction, that will be seen in evolutionary developed plants and animals, including men. Okay, so these are the differences between sexual and asexual reproduction. Clearly, this comes in questions asking you the differences. So, first topic we're gonna take reproduction of plants. Reproduction of plants. So, reproduction of plants, when we are taking, we are dividing this reproduction of plants mainly into two, asexual and sexual reproduction. So, what is this asexual reproduction? Now you know that, right? Using vegetative. Okay, no reproductive organs are being utilized here. So, using vegetative parts, maybe natural or artificial. So, accordingly, further we are dividing as natural vegetative propagation, artificial vegetative propagation. Open-minded when you are learning, you can get the words very clear, because new words are there in this lesson. So, asexual reproduction using natural and artificial vegetative structures, they give rise for new offsprings. Okay, so there are some examples we will learn. Sexual reproduction. Now, these plants, now you may think how plants sexually reproduce. So that they do have different reproductive organs. Okay, so their reproduction is totally different. And it is naturally happening, artificially also it could be. Artificially means man is not involving in reproduction, man is interfering, otherwise man is not involving that, so man is interfering or is contributing for them to fuse together. Okay, that fusion also we have to learn how it is happening. So natural vegetative propagation. What is natural vegetative propagation? Generation of new plants, producing new plants. Okay, using vegetative structures. Some vegetative structures are there, some plant parts are there. Using them, they are giving rise to new offspring. What are the examples? Roots, leaves, suckers, runners, bulbils, undergrounds. What are the examples? Roots, leaves, suckers, runners, bulbils, underground stems. Okay. So these words, point by point, we are discussing. So these are basically asking the question. When it comes to structure, these are also included. What are the examples? They directly ask. Okay. So artificial. Artificial means man is contributing towards their reproduction. It is done in 4 ways. What are the 4 ways? Rooting of stem cuttings. Learn these words first. Rooting of stem cuttings. Layering, grafting, and then tissue culture. What are the 4 words? Rooting of stem cuttings, layering, grafting, tissue culture. So repeat the 4 again. Rooting of stem cuttings, layering, grafting, tissue culture. So each of them one by one we have to discuss. Okay, right. So you see, natural vegetative propagation. So what is this natural vegetative propagation now? We told you, generation of new plants, again naturally from underground or aerial parts. So what is this underground? Imagine this is the plant. Above this the plant is. Below the soil the parts are there like roots. Some of them they have the stem as well. So these are the underground parts. Above the soil, closer to exposed to air, they are the aerial parts. So you see, generation of new plants naturally from underground or aerial parts of a mother plant is what we term as natural vegetative propagation. So there is no father plant here. Okay, and always mother, the word maternal words are what we are using here. Okay, though there is sexual reproduction, there also we use maternal words on, right? So you see here, some of the examples are given. You could have seen. Now this theory may be new for you, but you have seen. You could have seen this, like over larger leaves, smaller leaves are growing up. Okay, so like imagine in this way, a larger leaf is there present in this way. Okay, and over there, small leaves are forming up, like small plants rooting up. You could have seen. Larger, huge plants are there. Main branch is going on. Somewhere, a small branch is cutting off, and it is producing. It's growing as a new plant. You could have seen. So these are what coming under this asexual reproduction, and that is how they are contributing. So you could see some examples in this way, right? Even here, can you see there? Small plants are growing up. So leaves are also contributing towards asexual reproduction. That is the idea here. So one by one. You see here, roots. Roots, when you come for these roots, examples, curry leaves, breadfruit, slimewood, blue lotus, these are few examples. Can you see here, the root we take? These roots, separately when you are taking it as, separating in the sense, can you see there's a small pot of plant? From this pot of plant, what we do? One branch, we cut it out. Can you see that? One branch, we are cutting it out. And this branch, when you are going to plant again as a new seed, okay, what happens? After some time, it will be rooted. It will be rooted. But it was a part of another plant. It was a part of another plant. You just cut it out, okay, with the branch, and you are going to plant it. But you can't just keep it out for a long time. Immediately you have to do that. And after some days, you can see it will be rooted and it will be growing as a new plant. So now you see, is there any sexual reproduction happening here? Asexually, okay, it is reproducing. So another plant comes, and this plant will be giving for many other varieties. Means its offsprings, like the same. So roots are helping in this way. And then leaves. We spoke about that. So from the leaves also smaller plants will be starting up. Smaller plants mean the same type of species on different types of species on with it. Okay. After that, what we do? We cut this off, we remove this off, and we are going to plant it separate. Then what happens? You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plants are rising. All 5 plants separately we can see. But there are some occasions like this. Now let's say 5 of them when you are taking out, all 5 might not be growing well. Okay, sometimes one of the plant will not be growing well. That also may happen. Okay. So anyhow, this is also asexually reproducing. And then suckers. So first one, roots, leaves, suckers. So what is this suckers? Small plants that rise horizontally from the basal part of stem under the soil are known as suckers. Now can you see, this is the stem, right? The main stem is going on. Okay. So below the soil, roots are there, right? One of the root, what it does, while it is growing, it grows longer, okay, as a larger root. And then it comes out as a stem. Okay, large plant is growing on with the same plant downwards there is a rooting, and one of the root comes out as a stem, and that would be growing out as another plant. And this is also asexually reproducing. So suckers are these. Paddy, banana, pineapple, these are few examples. Yes, two plants in one root, one root in the sense from the same plant, another root comes out and it grows up as a separate plant. So no sexual reproduction carried out, asexually they are producing them. And runners are there. What is this runners? Plant stems that run along the surface of soil, connecting the stem to soil by adventitious roots. Plant stems that run along the surface of soil, connecting the stem to soil by adventitious roots. Now you see, plants are there. Okay. Adventitious roots are there. Adventitious, it is a new type of, another type of root. Now, adventitious roots are connecting the stems. Adventitious roots are connecting the stems. Connecting the stems, now these two plants become, collectively as one. So this is also giving rise to new plant. Okay. So you see, the roots are already there. Two different plants like roots are there. So earlier what we discussed was, so on the same plant, it is rooting out as a new stem. And here the stems are connected. Stems are connected. So this is called the runners. This is called the runners. Okay. So bulbils. The word bulbil. Later we have to learn another word called bulb. So bulbil is different. Bulbil comes under asexual reproduction. Okay. Bulb comes under sexual reproduction. They are later. Right. So bulbil. What is this bulbil? Special reproductive structure formed by a modification of a vegetative bud or a flower bud is known as bulbil. Now, modifying the leaf, modifying the vegetative part of a plant, maybe a bud or a flower. Bud means the initial state, and a flower, we modify. Modifying upon, we are using that for vegetative propagation. Okay, so you see there, stem bulbil. Can you see? This is the place where the bulbil is because of the modification. From there will be another plant rising. Right? All deeply you don't want here. Only thing is, by the words you have to remember. They'll ask you what are the examples. That's all. For that, what are the types? Like runners, leaves, suckers, bulbils. They ask you what are the examples. You have to remember. Examples: pineapple, jute, handala. So these are few examples, right? These are few examples. The names of the plants you have to remember. Did you understand? So tell me, what are the examples for these natural vegetative structures? Runners, roots, leaves, suckers, bulbils, underground stems. Okay. So you see, underground stems. This is very important. There are 4 underground stems. There are 4 underground stems. What they do, below the soil only they are growing up. Okay, they are growing up below the soil. From below the soil, when they are growing up, they reproduce as well. Not only the reproduction, they carry out some other functions as well. What are the other functions? Food perenniation. They store food. They store food. Okay. And some of the time, they keep the plant alive during unfavorable conditions. Unfavorable condition means maybe because of climatic changes and all, sometimes the plant may die. So even during those unfavorable conditions, these underground stems keep the plant alive and inactive until the unfavorable conditions are over. Once the favorable conditions are returning, plant starts growing from these underground stems. So for that also, these are important. So you see, underground stems. Stems of plants which grow under the soil are known as underground stems. Underline that word. Underline. And we have to write them now. There are boxes given, right? What is the first one? Write the first one. Roots. First one, roots. There are text boxes given, right? First one, write their roots. What is the second one? Leaves. Second one, leaves. Third one, suckers. And underline that small plants that rise horizontally from the basal part, the lower part of the stem, under the soil. Right? The name. So next one, runners. And underline plant stem that run along the surface. Okay. So there is a difference between the suckers and runners. Next one, bulbils. Underline or highlight the definition. And the next one, underground stems. Some examples you can see. There are 4 types of underground stems. So what are the 4 types of underground stems here? Rhizome, comb, not cone, C-O-R-M. Comb, tuber, stem tuber, bulb. I told you bulbil. That's earlier. Under the major example, it comes under underground stems as an asexual reproductive structure, not a sexual. Asexual reproductive structure, the bulb comes as an underground stem. So what are the 4 examples? Rhizome, comb, stem tuber, bulb. Repeat it. Rhizome, comb, stem tuber, bulb. Examples for these types. Rhizome mainly could be seen in ginger. And colocasia, comb, potatoes, stem tuber, onion, bulb. So these are the 4 types. So let's write them. Underground stems are categorized into 4 ways. Number 1, rhizome. R-H-I-Z-O-M-E, rhizome. Number 2, comb, C-O-R-M, comb. Examples are also given. For the first one, ginger, turmeric, and arata, and then we put the time. Cocoyam, taro, elephant foot yam. And red onion, big onion, beets, when it comes, they are the bulbs. Bulbs. They are the bulbs. And potato, inhaler, right? Pulse potato, these are coming under stem tube. Stem tube. So, have a look on this diagram. Questions are very easy. Same diagram they give. Same 4 diagrams they give. They might change the order. Giving the same diagram, they will ask you what are these. Okay, for what type of vegetative part they belong for. They are underground stems, and you should be able to label the names. What are the examples? What are the examples? That is what they ask. So very easy to answer if you can remember the diagram. So what is this? Seems to be like ginger. It is rhizome. And comb, not a cone, but seems to be cone shaped like both up and down comb. And bulb, remember the onion? Onion when you are taking, it does have a bulb structure. And then stem tuber. Stem tuber, from the stem it goes down and goes up, and that is the stem tuber. Potatoes. Potato family is up, stem tuber. Alright. And artificial vegetative propagation. Now you see the initial part, lot of theories are there under the asexual sexual reproduction of plants. First you have to learn that. After that only you can go for the second part. Okay. So first we took now natural vegetative parts. Natural vegetative parts are what you have labeled them. So what is the next one? Artificial vegetative part. So artificial means whenever artificial word come, man-made. So is it man-made reproduction in plants? No. Man is paving the path, making the path easier for the plants to reproduce. So there are momentums. What are the momentums? Root of stem cuttings. Root of stem cuttings. Or else rooting of stem cutting. Both the ways we see. Layering, grafting, tissue culture. Under layering, there are 2. What are the 2? Ground layering, aerial layering. Ground layering and aerial layering. Grafting, there are 2. Bud grafting, twig grafting. So repeat all 4 words. What are the 4 types? Now itself learn. Okay, when you are reading it out, learn the words. Again repeat it. Root of stem cutting, layering, grafting, tissue culture. What are the 2 types of layering? Ground layering, aerial layering. Okay. And then grafting, bud grafting, twig grafting. Right. So, first one, write the topic. Root. Write the topic there. Root of stem cuttings. Root of stem cuttings. Root of stem cuttings. Now what we do here, we do have a mother plant, already grown plant. You see, by the word you can understand the meaning. Root of stem cutting. Stem cutting, that means you cut the stem. Already grown plant is there. We cut the stem, not here. Not here we cut. Somewhere above, already where the plant leaves are there. Without the leaves, we can't cut. We keep some leaves down and just above that we cut. Okay. After cutting, now the cutting plant must be having some buds also. Buds means initial starting or starting point of the growth of these leaves. Okay, the flowers and all, that the bud stage. So such a part we take out. Now what we do? We are going to plant it on another pot or another place. And whatever the important factors are there, we have to provide as usual for a plant. After some days, we can see the second part, the upper part that we have taken off and planted, it is rooting. It is rooting and it's growing up as a plant. Now you may ask me what happened for this? We didn't cut it off with the root, right? We didn't uproot it that right. It's still in the root. It's still in the soil. So it will continuously grow it as a plant, and that is why I told you have to keep some leaves, and above that we have to cut. So it grows up. It grows. Clear? So this is the stem cutting. So we take the stem cutting, the stem we cut, take it out, and we let it to root. It is also asexual. But man is helping. Why? To cut and root it again, man is involving. Is that clear? So this is stem of root of stem cutting. Okay. So the definition is given over there. You have to read it. So you see, New plants can be obtained by planting stem cuttings of a mother plant, right? And the examples and all given there. You have to read the major picture. I'm explaining you. Okay, so reading you can do, right? Look at the next one. Layering. So what is this layering now? Initiate rooting while it is still attached to the mother plant. Now earlier what we did, look at the difference, guys. Earlier what we did, we cut the stem and one part separately we took and plant somewhere else. Then it will be root. Okay, then it will be root. Here what we do, we don't cut it out. While the plant materials are on the same place, we do some changes for another plant to grow up. How do we do that? Look here. Ground layering, aerial layering, there are two. Have a look on this. This is the major plant. Okay. One branch is there. It was growing up. But what I do, I'm bending it. I take it down and I send it down the soil. Okay. Slightly I'm depressing. I'm sending that the root or else not the root, sorry, the stem. I'm sending it down and I'm covering it up with soil. I'm covering it up with soil. Okay. And then one part of the root, one part of the stem is come out. So I have to place it like so. A smaller part I have to set it down, while the end of that stem is above the soil. Now this place I'm going to cover up with the soil. I have to cover it up with the soil. Okay, and it's better if I'm keeping somewhere some sort of small weights over there, not the weight to move out and not the plant to come out. I have to keep it. So after some days, I could see from this the plant will be growing up. Plant will be growing up, giving the roots down here because this is the place that won't be giving the roots here. The roots will be growing up down here because this is the place where you have tackled up with the soil. You have pressed up with the soil. So from there, the roots will be there down, and this will be growing out as a different plant. Now you see, it was one plant, and it is giving rise to another plant because of layering. Like the same, this leaf, okay, this stem also you can do the same. Number of stems you can do like the same. So all of them they grow up. But I told you, if 10 you plant like maybe one or two will not be growing well. Others might be. And in different rates they will be growing up because of obtaining the vectors are different. It is ground layering. And what is aerial layering? Now you know what is layering. A part of the plant. Okay. But while it is in the same plant, you are going to cover with the soil. So this is under the ground you are covering. So ground layering. And what we do here, aerial layering. Aerial means I told you the word. Ground means on the floor, underground below that. Layering aerial above the ground in air. So what we do here, here you can see a sort of stem. Okay, what I do, I'm going to wrap it up. Okay, covering it up and allowing the vectors to appear. So there what happens from that point, there will be a new plant growing up. So this is aerial. This is aerial. So the same way, soil samples and all, I have to put it over there. Okay. So just imagine this is one of the stem. On the stem, on the stem, one of the branches there. Over the branches, what I do, I'm going to cover up, having some soil. Okay. So whatever the soil needed for the plant growth, I keep it over there. But I can't paste it there, so I'm covering it up with the polythene or something, so that it can obtain sunlight also. Dark papers you do, right? So covering up. So I keep it for some days. I could see rootings will be there. So I have to let the roots to grow well, and then I can remove it and grow it as a separate plant. So this is also layering. So ground layering, aerial layering. So if they are initiate rooting while it is still attached to the mother plant is known as layering. Underline that. Right? So in both these, we are using the twigs. One of the twigs are taken here, one of the twigs are selected here. And what are the differences, guys? Okay, here the twigs are closer to the ground, so we term it as ground layering, and that is below the ground only we lay. Clear? So twigs are closer to the ground, and below the ground only we apply the soil and cover it up. And here, the twigs are above the ground at a certain height. So there we can't take it down, we can't bend it down and go up. So what we do? we wrap it up with some soil, compost like fertilizers and all, and we cover it with the root. So after few weeks, you can see there will be root. So these are the two types of layering, right? So you can see furthermore the example, the ground layering. It's very clear. You can observe one of the twig is, one of the stem part is taken down, and it is planted as a different plant. Then with the time, you can see the roots will be initiating, and then this will be growing up as a new plant. Now, may I ask, so after, let's say this has grown up well, do we want to keep this? We can cut it out. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Okay. This will be growing. But let's say before it is growing well, you cut it down. Sometimes it may be a bit. Why? This is the mother plant. To this plant, it may be providing some nutrition. We have this connection, it might be giving some nutrition. So before it is growing large, if you cut it down, this may be spoiled as well. Okay, or else it is anyhow getting the nutrition, but it might not be sufficient because it has adapted to get the nutrition over there. We have to wait until it is grown up. And cutting is also, it is not needed. We can just leave it over. Okay, like the same the other side also we can do. So this is ground layering, ground layering. And what is aerial layering now? Can you see? Same like one of the aerial part we are selecting. Okay, that the twig bark tissue removed. Bark means the outer part. The outer part is there. So inner part should be exposed. So the outer part we are removing it out. We are covering it up with the soil, wet soil and compost. It's better we add. Okay, and we wrap it up with the polythene. Right. After some days, we can see the rooting will be coming on. Then what we do? We have to remove it out. We have to take it out, and we can plant it separate. We can plant it separately. So this goes as aerial layering. Aerial layering. Clear about that? Right. So grafting. What is this grafting? We'll write the words, okay? First word we wrote root of stem cutting. Second word should be layering. And the third one, grafting. Third one, grafting. And can you see above that? Advantages of layering are given. Right there. Advantages of layering. What are the advantages? Plants that do not produce seeds can be propagated successfully. So plants which are not producing seeds, which can't produce seeds, even those plants, usually the plants to produce another plant, seeds or spores should be there. The plants which are not producing seeds can be also propagated successfully. They can be also giving rise to next generation using this layering method. Several numbers of plants can be produced easily. Why? I told you, can remember number of which we can take it down and we can initiate the rooting. So several plants we can produce as new organisms. Is that clear? So that is also an advantage under layering. So the next one, grafting. Read them. Connecting a twig or a bud of a plant to a plant of same or closely related species is known as grafting. Underline. Underline. Now, this part is also taken into the questions because of two words you are learning new. Look at this. It's a plant, right? You can see. The plant, they are going to cut it. They are going to remove. Look at this. One plant which is grown well. It should be a healthy plant. It should be a matured plant. Small, seedlings you can't use. Just growing up plants, tender leaves, tender plants you can't use. It should be matured plants. So in this plant, what we do, we cut it. The lower part connected to the soil, we name it as the stalk. What is the word? Stalk. Stalk. Okay. And then the upper part which you are taking out, how do you read that? Scion. Okay. Scion. So scion, both you can say. Right? Scion. It is the upper part removed out. Now what we do? While this we are leaving out, it will be just growing. It will be just growing. This part we take separately and we are not directly connecting to the soil. Earlier what we did was directly connected to the soil. Can you remember the stem cutting? First part we discussed stem cutting. We cut the stem, we directly connecting to the soil. But what we do here, we take the scion and we are connecting to another plant. Another plant's stalk. Another plant's stalk. So two plants are there. Two plants are there, maybe in the same species or slightly closer and different species. Okay. Slightly different, but closer proximity is there, right? So the scion of one plant, I'm going to fix it over another stock. Then I can't just paste it right, binding gum, glue gum, we can't apply it. Okay. So what we do, we have to let it to be naturally connected. For that, we have to wrap and waxed. And remember, how do we wrap? We wrap it bottom to top. We have to wrap it bottom to top. We have to fix it nice. Top to bottom, we don't do here. Bottom to top. Okay. Even bandaging in our body is also the same, right? Bottom to top. So that it will be properly fixed up. Okay. So bottom to top, we have to wrap it and we have to wax it. So that no any particles go inside. Right? So afterwards, what we can see that the plant will be growing up. And the plant growing up will be a mixture of both. Let's say the same species, not a big change, but a different species is there, then there will be the mixture of both characteristics. Right? So you see, two types are there even here, grafting. One is called the bud grafting and the other one is called the twig grafting. Right? So look at your dude now. Connecting a twig or a bud of a plant to a plant of the same or closely related species is known as grafting. Underline that. Underline. Two parts of the plant grafted. What are the two parts? First one, stalk. Right, the first one, stalk. That is the rooted part of the plant. Now, when you select the stalk, there are some points that you have to remember. What are the points? Bearing a strong root system. Now we say, basement should be strong. If the basement is big, it can't bear another. It can't stand up with another plant. So this basement should be, the stock's basement should be very strong. It should be rooted well. And having a uniform growth. It should be well growing at a uniform rate. Withstanding environmental changes. Now it should be able to resistive with or withstand with environmental changes. Now, while let's say the lower part of the stock, if the stock can't withstand with the environmental changes, can it hold up with another one? No, right? So it has to be strong first. It has to be stable. So these are the features of a stock. Okay. And what is the next one? Second one is scion. Write the word SCION. Right? The twig or the bud taken from another plant and grafted. So what is the other part taken from another plant and grafted here? That is called the scion. What are the features? Should be a variety of good characteristics. So now why are we grafting like that? Those who are having different characteristics, we are going to connect together. Okay. And should be free from pests and diseases. And the person whom we are going to connect like this should be free from, should not be having any diseases or disorders. If it is having diseases and disorders, what happens when it is getting connected? The other part will be also diseased. So that should be free from diseases and disorders. Okay. So accordingly, in the process of grafting, stalk and scion are fused together by their cambium. Underline. Please do underline. These two are connected by their cambium. This may come in correct statement. Okay, they are connected by the cambium. Cambium is a part of the stem. Right. And see, reproduction again. Okay, you're very, I told you, very eager to learn about this lesson, but lot of theories are there. That's why I told you, it is not what you imagine. It's not what you imagine. It's a long lesson with lot of theories. Otherwise, this can't be a must question in the exams. Right? If no theories are there, so a lot of theories are there, especially when it comes to plants. So you have to learn all these. After that only you can go with the second part. Is that clear? Now first come second part. Huh? Yeah, that is why this time is taken. Huh? Question come from this. Sir, you want to sir? You want to write? You are not writing. Shall I skip this? Okay, sir. So, asexual reproduction of plant is carried out by man. At all? Sir, sir, you not select you. Fine. At least some others will be selecting this question. Yeah. Right. Bud grafting. Very easy to score marks here. Very easy. Look at this. What we do here, bud grafting. Guys, look at this. Now, can you remember two words you use? What are the two words? What are the two words? Stock and the sand. Okay. Stock is the rooted part. Sand is what the other part cut with another, and they are going to connect with the rooted part. So you see what we do. The stock is there already in one plant. Okay, the stock is there already in one plant. From another plant, look here. From another plant, I'm cutting a small bud. So cutting a bud, what I do? So this is from one plant, plant A. This is plant A, and this is plant B. From the plant A, I'm cutting these like structures. Let's see, right? And what I do? Same like structure, I'm cutting in plant B also. Then this fused part, this removed part, I'm going to connect here in the second part. And then while this area is exposed out, I'm going to wrap it. Okay, wrapping it top to bottom to top, and we have to leave it for some days. After that, you could observe both the parts would be fixed up together, and that would be giving rise for a new plant. And I told you, if it is the same species, same like genetic characteristics will be there. If it is a mixture, that will be giving the mixture of characteristics. So this is bud grafting. Bud grafting it is bud grafting. Okay. And then twig grafting. What is twig grafting? Now you see the stock is there. It is divided into by the center or somewhere it goes to the center. It is divided. And a section, the sand we are separately taking from another plant, and we're gonna fix it. We are going to fix it like an axe. You see, switch over, and then we are wrapping it bottom to top. Now you see separately a twig we are going to connect. Earlier what we did, a bud was what connected over. A bud was fixed. Is that clear? A bud was fixed. And here what we do, a sand separately from a twig we are taking and fixing. Whatever bottom to top, we have to wrap it. So this is called twig grafting. What grafting it is? Twig grafting. And guys, earlier the bud grafting when you are coming, there are some shapes we can cut this. What are the shapes? You can see on your tube. H shape we can cut. And V shape we can cut. Okay? V shape we can cut. H shape. And the other one? T. T shape. Also we can cut. Okay, so likewise different shapes you can cut the bud and you can connect it over. Is that clear? This comes in questions. All ABCD you can't take. H T P. Okay, all right. Bud grafting. Look at the bud grafting. You have to read them. Guys, look at the bud grafting. Underline this word. The statement: selecting a plant bud as the scion and grafting it to a stalk. Selecting a plant bud as the scion and grafting to the stalk. Page number 6. Selecting a plant bud. So bud is what connected to the stalk. So that is bud graft. Go to the next page. Twig grafting. So bud grafting, you are connecting a bud means twig grafting, you are connecting a twig. So in this method, a twig of a plant is taken as the scion. Underline. Now, when you are cutting this twig, when you are cutting the twig from another plant, look here. It is a twig, right? When you are cutting this twig from another plant, you have to make sure the twig is not damaged. Without damaging only, or take it and connect over there. Okay. How do I how do I observation. Okay. Right. Look at the next one on your view. Advantage and under shift grafting also there are methods. What are the methods? Arc grafting, peg grafting, underlining. Look at the examples and underline. This comes in MCQ. Arc, okay, arc grafting, peg grafting, peg grafting. Just type the structures of it. And in the previous one, underline those examples: T bud, H bud, E bud, T bud, H bud, B bud. That is under bud grafting. Right. Look at the advantages now. What are the advantages of grafting and budding? Look at the grafting budding. What are the advantages? Production of offspring characteristics of the now. You see, is it? Is it all right? Maybe the same species we are connecting or two different species are connecting. Right? Rose with rose will be giving a rose. Yes, rose with this. Simple example. Always say this. Rose with. Right. So why is that? What is the meaning of that? It is that the offsprings produced will be a mixture of both rose and jasmine. Both rose and jasmine. Collectively both, it will be giving rise to the external. So this is expected by grafting and budding. Is that clear? So there is a first point. Production of offsprings with characteristics of the same. But basically, whom we are connecting, that person's characteristics are given rights. Obtaining of disease-resistant plants with strong root system. Now, disease-resistant plants, they can form up the plant with no diseases. Propagation to plants that do not produce seeds. I told you this earlier also. The plants which can't produce seeds because seeds are needed for sexual reproduction. Seeds are needed for sexual reproduction. The spores are needed for asexual reproduction. If the plants they don't produce seeds, okay, those plants we can asexually reproduce using these methods. Okay, all right. And what are the disadvantages? Disadvantages are there since we are connecting two of them. They are having a short lifespan. They don't run long. Short lifespan. Not successful with every plant. So this can't be applied for every plant selected plants. Reduce wood value of the tree. Now since we are using these plants for cutting and connecting like this, okay, the wood value, the work, the value for their wood will be reduced. Why? So even this horticultural stuff, even for these reproductive structures, we are using them. So the value will be reduced. Okay, right. The fourth one, tissue culture. Fourth one, tissue culture. So this is the comparison between the twig grafting and bud grafting. You can see buds and the twigs graft. Tissue culture. So what is this tissue culture? Culturing tissues. Right. In tissue culture, we are obtaining the clones. We obtain the clones. Genetically identical clones can be obtained by tissue culture. Genetically identical. Now you see, in cloning, genetically identified organisms, genetically identical organisms can be obtained. Understand? You know, in several videos, movies, cartoons, and all this showing you within a sort of container, they are cloning them. Okay? Cloning them. But the thing is, the animal cloning are not in a successful way. It's under research. So this cloning, it is an asexual reproduction in plants. Asexual reproduction material or method in plant. So where same types of identical organisms could be given rights. So that is what we term as tissue culture. So what is a clone? What is a clone? New offsprings produced by the parental plant. Okay. Almost same like, almost identical to the mother cell, but they are produced under controlled conditions. Then only we can obtain the result. So let's write this down. New offsprings. We are in page number 7. Produced by new offsprings produced by I taught you the topic of tissue culture. Then the text box, you are right tissue culture. Four examples were there, right? Stem cutting, root of stem cutting, layering, grafting, tissue culture. Tissue culture is the both one. Okay. So below that tissue culture topic, genetically identical clones can be obtained by tissue culture, and the four lines are there. They are the rates. New offsprings produced by cultivating any vegetative tissue. Any vegetative tissue means vegetative parts we learn, leaves, runners, suckers, bulbs. So they are the underground stems. They are the vegetative parts. Any of them of a plant in a culture medium under controlled condition. Culture medium means that is a medium environment that we are producing for an organism to grow up artificially, which are identical to the parental part. So the plant produced will be almost identical to the parental plant. So can you see as an example? Look at this. You are starting with carrots. Okay. Look here. So it is a culture growth system. A growth medium, a culture medium in a petri dish. This is a petri dish. Like a dish, petri dish we name. And we give the environmental conditions or under controlled conditions. Now what happened? The parts of this vegetative tissues of this carrot plant is what we are going to keep it over. Okay. And then we are transferring it into this container. We can see. Now those vegetative parts are, growing up. And those parts separately when we are taking and when we are going to seed it, when we are seeding it, you can see plants will be growing. New plants will be growing. So these new plants growing up over will be resulting in the plant where we started from. So it will be giving rise to carrot plant. So what we do here, we are cloning. We are cloning under controlled condition. Deeper we don't go here. Under controlled condition, these vegetative parts we allow them to asexually reproduce and grow up more, and then they are growing up larger. Growing up larger, resulting in the same plant almost identical to the mother plant. Almost identical to the mother plant. So this is what we term as cloning. Is that clear? So this cloning is not successful in animals in 100%. That is under research. So all what is shown in the movies, cartoons, and all just what they expect to do in the future. Okay, what they expect to do in the future. Who knows? We can do or not. We can't predict. It may be successful or fail. Okay, understand? Right. Yeah, whatever. Fine. Have a look further, boys. Look at this. Furthermore, it is a leaf. Another example. A part of the leaf, just a small part of the leaf we are taking. Can you see? Just a small part of the leaf we are taking. And we are going to put it over this culture medium. Culture medium, I told you, that is the environment we are making. Okay. Under controlled condition for the growth of the plants. So a small part only we take, a small, maybe two, three, four pieces we are taking, and we are going to put it over. So after some days, we can see from those parts, okay, from those parts, small seedlings like they are growing up, we can see. Okay, and then we transfer them into another plantlet having compost, fertilizer, and all. We could see with time they grow up as new plant. Just small pieces from one plant leaf, just a leaf. Okay, it gives rise for many plants like this. So this is cloning, coming under tissue culture. And this cloning, the cloned plants almost they are identical to the startup leaf. Means the leaf containing plant was there identical to them. Clear? So that won't be giving new another species. It won't be giving another species, the same species only it will be grown. So this is tissue culture. So you see there, we read the page number 7. Page number 7. There are some points to read. Generally, read there. Tissue not taken from ethical buds. Please read. Tissue are taken from ethical buds, lateral buds, or root tips for this purpose. Underline. Lateral buds, apical buds, root tips. So can we use all the parts of the plant? No. We can use the lateral buds, apical buds, and the root tips. Root tips. Sucrose, mineral salt, vitamin and plant growth substances are included. Now, culture medium, we are saying that what are added to this culture medium? That may be a question. What are added to this culture medium? Underline that. Sucrose, is it monosaccharide, disaccharide, or polysaccharide? Disaccharide. Sucrose, mineral salt, vitamins, plant growth substances. Plant growth substances are regulating, they are the chemicals regulating the growth of the plant, are included in the culture medium. Agar is used to solidify the medium. So this should be asked in the questions. Underline what? They will ask you, listen, guys, listen. What are added to the culture medium is a question. What are added? Sucrose, minerals, okay, plant growth substances, and vitamins. So what is the use of agar? Agar. Agar will be used. Agar we are using to solidify because agar gives a solidification. So underline that agar is used to solidify the medium. Agar is used to solidify the medium. So in this culture medium, we are adding agar, right? Sterilized conditions and controlling of temperature and light should be practiced for the success of tissue culture. So for the success of tissue culture, what are you supposed to do? Unlike that, sterilized conditions. You have to sterilize them 100%. You have to clean it out from microorganisms. And temperature and light should be controlled. Temperature and light should be controlled because they are growing up organisms. Last one. Last one means related to the sterilized conditions. For the success of tissue culture, what are you saying? For an effective tissue culture, what should be done? Right. The principal steps followed in tissue culture. You want to read? Okay. Please read. Please read and move and just have a look of. Okay. In page number 8, see there. What are the principal steps? Number 1. Introducing the part of vegetative tissue. Here, please read. Introducing the part of vegetative tissue obtained from mother plant into culture medium. That is the first one. What is the first step? Look at this. What is the first step? The plant parts, the vegetative parts that we have obtained from the mother plant, we have to introduce them into the culture medium. So this is the first step. This is the first step. What is the second step? Propagate it, right? Allowing new roots and buds to be developed from the tissue called callus, which is grown from the vegetative tissues. Now, we let that plant materials that the vegetative parts added here to grow them and root them. So this is the second step, right? And then separating the plantlets and placing them in test tubes or flasks to grow further. Third step, you can see, we separate them. We are going to keep them on plantlets and we provide the needed factors. Let them grow further. Fourth one, gradually let the plants, new plantlets to get adapted to natural conditions to be cultivated in the field. We have to let it to be grow further, and now we have to allow them to get adapted, and we are going to transfer them into the natural environment. That is the fourth. That's the fourth. Is that clear? So 3 steps are given with it. So when you are observing, when you are looking and learning, when you look at the diagram and learn, even you can remember this. What are they? Vegetative parts, the parts taken from the tissues, you are going to subject, you are going to take it extract, and you are going to apply them into culture medium. And in the culture medium, you are letting them to grow up further. Let them root it out and transfer them into plantlets and grow them further. Afterwards, let them adapt for the natural environment and transfer to the natural environment. Okay, these are the 4 stages. So, yes. What are the advantages of this tissue culture? Read it. What are the advantages of this tissue culture? What are the advantages? Can you tell me? Please read. Please read. Production of offsprings which are identical to the mother plant. Offsprings clones are different. Offsprings are identical to the mother plant and the result. Propagating a large number of plants at the same time. You can see giving small pieces of the vegetative parts. Lot of plants we can obtain. Production of a large number of plants in a short time period. Will it be taking long time? No. Within a short time period, within weeks, we can obtain it. We can obtain it. Propagation of large number of healthy plants. Within a limited space, healthy plants we can. So there will be some, underdeveloped plants will be also there. But most of them would be healthy and developed plants. So within a short time, within a limited space, we can obtain. Can be obtained a large number of plants using hybrid tissue with a favorable heat. So hybrid technology also can apply. Hybrid tissue with favorable suitable genes we can apply in order to get more plants. So these are the advantages of tissue culture. So every part you learn advantages, especially the layering, grafting, tissue culture advantages you learn. Now commonly in all these four types, all for asexual reproduction and natural vegetative propagation, what are the advantages? Commonly advantages. Look at this. Ability of propagating plants that do not produce seeds successfully. That's very common when you see the same thing I learned earlier. Commonly, what are the advantages? The plants which don't produce seeds, you can propagate it. The plants which do not produce seeds, you can propagate it. Ability of having offspring which are identical to mother plant. You can produce plants which are identical to the mother plant, identical as same as the mother plant. Propagation of plants that bear fruits early. You can let the plants grow up faster and bear fruits early. Ability of propagating selected plants are resistant to disease. So earlier also discussed, right? We can propagate, we can grow up plants which are resistant to diseases. They won't be, disease. They won't be destroyed by droughts and all. So drought resistant plants. Ability of generating plant varieties with withstand harsh environmental conditions. I told you resistant for drought. Resistant for harsh environmental, unfavorable environmental conditions. So such plants you can grow up by these natural vegetative propagation. Natural vegetative propagation. What are the disadvantages? Now when we are doing this, okay, artificially or naturally, when we are let them asexually reproduce, new species will not be evolving. So evolution won't take this because evolution to take on naturally they have to become advanced. So when we are involved, when they are naturally vegetative, propagating, okay, evolution will not be happening. So these plant varieties are not evolved. This is the disadvantage. So this is all about the asexual reproduction of plants. Asexual reproduction of plants. Clear about that? Any questions here? Any questions here? When will we going to the second part? No, that is a question now. Still we have time. Still we have time. No break. No break. Wait. No break. No, I'll give the break. Not now. Just 5 minutes to relax. Not to go out. Okay. I'll give you a break later. Yeah. And please, kindly remind me. Your behavior is very important. There are classes happening. Especially A-level classes are going on. They're getting prepared for their exams. So don't disturb. Don't shout and disturb. Clear about that? Okay. I'll give you a break later. Not now. Just please start. Just be 1.5 hours. Okay. Just 1.5 hours. Okay. So please wait. You'll get a break bit later. Right? Just 5 minutes to relax now. And then we start back. Yeah, sir. Right. Sexual reproduction of plants. Sexual reproduction of plants. Right. Yeah. When you come for asexual reproduction, guys, keep your mobiles. In asexual reproduction, spores are used. Spores are used. When you come for sexual reproduction, seeds are used. Seeds are used. Seeds are produced by fusion of gametes produced in sexual structures in mature plants. These seeds can grow into plants. So seeds are what used in the sexual reproduction of plants, and these seeds, step by step, they germinate. Again, they germinate and they grow up into new plants, and then the offsprings are continued. Right. So, in the sexual reproduction, the major reproductive organ in the plant is the flower. The plant's flower. You know, plants we divide into two based on the flower. The presence of flowers flowering, if not non-flowering. So, in flowering plants, flowers are what used as the reproductive organ. Labeling of this flower is also must. You have to remember. So, when you come for this plant, the flower, basically four parts are there. One, that is the androecium. Androecium refers to the male part of the plant. Okay, the male part of the plant flower. So, we term it as the stamen. Learn the words androecium, stamen. Stamen consists of two parts. One is the anther, the other one is the filament. So, can you see? These are the stamens. These complete parts. Mal rain we are seeing. Okay. So, these parts are what we name as the stamens. Androecium, and that carries two parts. What are the two parts here? Upper part like the head, it is the anther. Lower part, okay, that is the filament. So anther with filament, it is called the stamen, and that is the androecium. And gynoecium when you take, gynoecium when you are taking, that is the carpel, that is the female reproductive part in the flower. So stigma style ovary, when you come, look at this point, right? Seems to be like do I not like this? This is the part which we term as the stigma. It's like a tube to take on the pollens down. So the stigma, the tube coming down is the style, and this is the place where the ovary is present. Okay. So the ovules are what given over there. You can see at the sides. Okay. So the ovules are what given. Ovules are what given. Right. So this is completely called the gynoecium, and this is the bottom of the part where the receptacle is present. Okay. And over there, it's divided into two. One is the sepals, the leaves, and the petals. They are the colorful structures to attract the animals for pollination. Different colors are there in these petals, and different numbers are there. Maybe 3, 4, 5, or multiples of them. Okay. So petals, sepals, androecium, gynoecium, these are the four parts of a plant flower. What are the four parts? Androecium, gynoecium, and petals and sepals. So we are using some other words for them as well. Okay. So see there, it consists of main four parts. What are the main four parts? Calyx. Calyx is what we term as the sepals. The sepals are there. The set of sepals are there. The collection of sepals, that is called calyx. So see there, calyx. It is comprised of several sepals. Underline that. Calyx is comprised of several sepals. Calyx comprised of several sepals. So what is the work? What is the work of calyx? Guys, look at this. What is the work of calyx? It is protecting the flower parts when the flower is in bud stage. You know, calyx is what covering up the sepals. Okay. So that is what covering up the plant flower while it is in the initial stage, and it is protecting the plant. Okay. And the corolla. What is corolla? That is the collection of the petals. Collection of the petals. See there. Protects the inner flower parts in the bud stage and attracts insects for pollination with the flower bloom. Listen. Come on. So, when it is in the initial stage, the inner parts of the flower that is protected by whom? These petals, the corolla. And this is what attracting animals for pollination. Okay, to spread the flowers, to spread the pollens and all. And androecium, that is a stamen. It is the male reproductive part, and it contains pollen. Pollen in androecium are the male gamete cells. So male gamete cells, female gamete cells, when you come, no sperms here. No sperm cells are there in plants. Sperm cells and egg cells are present in animals. And here the androecium, it produces what cells? Pollen cells. From the pollen grain, pollen cells are produced. Pollen cells are what given by the stamen, and that is present in androecium or the stamen. They are the male gamete cells. And when you come for gynoecium, the pistil, ovules. Okay, ovules in gynoecium are the female gamete cells of a flower. So gynoecium, it contains three parts: style, stigma, ovary. Ovary is what containing ovules. Ovary is what containing ovules, and they are the female reproductive gamete cells in flowers. So see them. Calyx is comprised of several sepals. This is the outermost part of a flower. You can compare with the diagram. That is the outermost part. Calyx is the whole of sepals located on the receptacle at the tip of the flower stalk. Close to the pedicle, that is present. And this is green in color. Usually they are leaves. They are green in color. So what's the function? Right there. Protect the flower part when the flower is in bud stage. That is for calyx. Corolla. What is corolla? Corolla is comprised of whole of petals and is located inner to the calyx. This is white or colorful. So underline, corolla is composed of the whole of petals. So these two parts, most of the students confuse with if it is the sepals or petals. So remember, calyx is the sepals. Calyx, sepals. Remember the ending word, calyx, sepals. Calyx, sepals. Corolla, petals. Corolla, petals. Okay. So what is the function of corolla? You can write, protect the inner parts of the flower in the bud stage and attract the insects for pollination. Androecium. Androecium is the male reproductive structure, male reproductive structure, and this is comprised of filament and anther. Filament and anther. So draw it close by. Okay, for the androecium. Just draw it like this and mark it as, okay, those two you can mark filament and anther. Filament and anther. What is filament? The lower one is filament and this is the anther. And for the gynoecium part closer, you can draw this. You can label them. Stigma style ovary. Stigma style ovary. Yes. Sigma style over. Again, both the diagrams you can draw it close by. And write the functions also. Gynecium, underline female reproductive structure, and write the function. Then gender of flowers. Fill it up quickly. For the previous part, I asked to write the functions on the dotted lines. There are dotted lines given, spaces given. There you have to write the function. Okay, you guys, it's cold, right? No. Jesus, fine. Again, I want cake. Okay. Right. After some times. Fine. Back to the lesson. Zain, Salman, Fla. Gender of flowers. Did you know that flowers also have genders? Flowers have genders? Flowers also have genders. What are the genders they have? Boy and girl? Male and female? 79 what? Fine. I told you dimorphism differences. So there are two types of flowers. What are the two types? Have a look. First one you can see. Unisexual flowers, bisexual flowers. Write the topic here. Fill up your tubes. Fill up the tubes. Please write, please write. Here. Unisexual flowers, bisexual flowers. First one, unisexual flowers. Second one, bisexual flowers. Same order. Adi. So what is called unisexual flowers? Uni means what? One. Flowers that consist of either male or female parts. Some flowers are there. They have only the male part or else only the female part. That means either the androecium or else with only the eggs. Both of them are present. So they are called unisexual flowers. So unisexual flowers, they have either male part, the male reproductive structure, or else the female reproductive structure. That is unisexual. Bisexual also, bi too. Both of them are there. So you see there, flowers that consist of either male or female parts are referred to as unisexual flowers. Highlight it. Underline or highlight. Bisexual flowers right there. Write the topic bisexual flowers and underline flowers that consist of both males and female parts. Okay. Now unisexual flowers, bisexual flowers. So this unisexual, bisexual is present only in okay. I mean the bisexual is present only in plants. Animals, bisexuality is not there. Human, there is no bisexuality. But they change themselves. There are people changing themselves because of transplanting, surgeries, and all they try to change. Okay, listen. Another thing is, you see, some sort of things are there you have to learn out of what you can see in the world. Listen, that is not something to laugh at actually. Okay. Only thing is you have to be grateful that you are not like this. You have to understand it. Clear? But if you laugh at them, remember, life is a cycle. I hope you understand what I said. Okay? So don't laugh at others. Clear. No, remember, if you are laughing at some people because of some reason, the same thing happened to you for your family or for your generation. I would close it. That is the truth. That's the truth. Islamic belief and religion, religion, Islam, both when you take the same general concept of the same. Every action has a reaction. We are saying that is not just mentioned. Okay, that is a big reason behind it. Okay, if you laugh at someone else because of a certain reason, before you die, you will experience. Or if not, if you say no, I didn't, then your families. Oh, your kids. Okay, that is the rule. That's the general rule. So before doing something, think twice. Think twice means okay. I thought 2 times that I'm going to do something. You have to stop. You have to stop your desire. Listen. Now you see, we don't have bisexuality in human beings or any other animals. Okay? By nature. But the thing is, they will be having some sort of characters. Those things we learn later. Okay? Look at this. Flowers that consist of either male or female parts are called sexual flowers. If they have both male and female parts, they are called as bisexual flowers. Bisexual flowers. Have you read them? Get it? Find it. Look at up. There are 2 types. Look at this. There are 2 types of unisexuality. What are the 2 types? If they got only the male part, they are called staminate flowers. Staminate flowers. If they got only the female parts, they are called pistillate flowers. What are the examples? Sterile flowers of pumpkin, apical flowers of corn. That is for staminate. Pistillate, when you take fruit bearing flowers of pumpkin. Sterile flowers means pistillate. Staminate. If the pumpkins are having sterile flowers, staminate. If they are having fruit bearing flowers, that means they are not sterile. They are fruit bearing. They convert into fruits. So that is pistillate. And apical flowers of corn, staminate. Fruits bearing flowers of corn. So fruits bearing flowers. If the flowers have been converted into fruits, then they are pistillate. So in fact, pistillate ones are what? Converting the seeds into, the flowers into fruits. And these are some differences between them. Okay, I told you dimorphism. Okay, sexually, gender-wise also they are different. Okay, and the color of the bodies may be different. Okay, and also genetically they are different. Genetically also they are different. So these are some differences. And what are the examples here? Bisexuality. Flowers that consist of both male and female parts are referred to as bisexual flowers. Example: shoe flower. This comes in MC. Shoe flower, passion fruit, chili, katramonga. These are examples coming under bisexual. Shoe flower is very common in questions. Shoe flower, it is very common in questions as bisexual, and correct, incorrect statement that comes. So it comes like this. Okay, to find out if it is correct or wrong, they might give you shoe flower is unisexual flower. Is it correct? Wrong. And further they say shoe flower does have both staminate and pistillate parts. Is it correct? Yeah, it is correct. Why? It is a bisexual flower, so it contains both staminate and pistillate. So that is why I call it. Read and understand. It is a unisexual flower, means wrong, because it's a bisexual flower. Why is it bisexual? Because it contains both the staminate and pistillate parts. Both the male and female parts are present, so it is bisexual. You understand that? So this is how we are categorizing it. And further, these plant flowers, furthermore, we are dividing into two: monoecious plants and dioecious plants. Monoecious plants and dioecious plants. Read the word: monoecious plants, dioecious plants. Write them down, please. Now look at this. What is the difference here? Look at this. Look at this. Now, earlier we learned two flowers are there, right? What are the two flowers? Unisexual flowers, bisexual flowers. So guys, look at this. So simply, if you take a flower, okay, nice flower. Huh? So let me take this as male flower. That means staminate, having the male reproductive parts. This is female flower. That means pistillate. Pistillate. So the flowers we divided into two based on the staminate pistillate parts. Listen carefully. The confusing area. Okay. Flowers we divide them into two based on the gender, based on the staminate pistillate parts. If they got only the staminate parts, only the male reproductive structures, they are staminate flowers. They are staminate flowers. Staminate flowers. If they got only the female parts, they are pistillate flowers. Pistillate flowers. So this is the division of the flowers. It is the division of the flowers based on their gender. What we take now is division of the plants based on these flowers. Is that clear? Even in school, they are confused. They want each proposal. So listen carefully. Okay. Earlier what we divided? Flowers we divided into two based on their gender. Now based on that flowers, we are dividing the plants. Okay. Now let's say if these two flowers, that means staminate flowers, pistillate flowers, both of them are present in one plant that bear both staminate and pistillate flowers in the same plant, they are called monoecious. So both the flowers are there in one plant. Okay, both the types of flowers are there in one plant, in one tree, one plant. The plant contains both staminate and pistillate flowers. They are called monoecious plants. They are called monoecious plants. Okay. When staminate flowers and pistillate flowers are borne separately on two plants, that means one plant contains only staminate flowers, the other plant contains only pistillate flowers. They don't have both in one. They don't have both in one. Those types of plants are called dioecious plants. Dioecious plants. Do you understand the difference? Is that clear? So earlier the gender we took for the flowers. Now based on the flowers we divide the plants. Monoecious having both staminate and pistillate. Dioecious, pistillate, staminate, both of them are borne separately on two plants. Two plants. Could you please highlight them? The definitions given. Examples you can see: pumpkin, corn, coconut, bitter gourd. They are monoecious. Monoecious comes in MCQs. Dioecious. What are the examples? Pepo, Vallisneria are two examples. Okay. Can you see here? Can you see here, guys? Monoecious plant. What is the structure? The symbol. This is a delta symbol. Yes. This is for male. This is for female. Okay. Staminate, pistillate. Staminate, pistillate. Can you see the same plant contains staminate and pistillate flowers? Same plant contains staminate flowers and pistillate flowers both. They are called monoecious. Okay. One plant contains staminate. One plant contains. Sorry, one plant contains. This is pistillate. Pistillate. One plant contains staminate. Okay. Then it is called dioecious. Dioecious. Is that clear? Could you please note that down closer? If you have no space on your writing book, please. Your writing book. Put the page number and mark it down. Page number. It is referred to monoecious dioecious plants in page number 10. Quickly note it down. This part. No need of this. Only those two. Right? Hurry up, please. Hurry up. Why hurry up? Quickly mark it down. Okay, don't go to the next two lines to draw. Next two lines are there for right. Monoecious, dioecious. That's enough to draw this. No need to, frame it and all. Yes. Right. Pollination. What is pollination? I gave you enough time. What is pollination? Listen now. Now, can you remember the statements we said? Okay. The statements here. Have a look. Have a look. The statements. Now, some words when you are learning, you have to definitely have a look over. Otherwise, you don't know what it is. Okay. So, look at the diagram. On the flower, this is the gynecium, stigma, style, ovary. What are these? Give me the words. What is this? Stigma, style, ovary. What is this? Style. What is this? Style. What is this? Ovary. What is this? Stigma. What is this? Ovary. Stigma, style, stigma, ovary. Look at the diagram video. Look at the diagram. There's a video lines. Right. What is this? 11. What is this? Right now is it? Okay. Now, from this table, they produce pollen. They produce pollen, and these pollens are what transferring down. Where? From here, these pollens will be entering the stigma. Okay, this pollens will be entering the stigma. So pollens entering the stigma is what going down towards the ovule. So this is the ovary. Inside the ovary, ovules are there. Ovules are there. Pollen is the male reproductive cell here. The male reproductive, the staminate cells. Ovules are the female or pistillate cells. So the male reproductive cells entering here goes towards the pistillate along this type. Okay. So you see the process of now initially for that to go down, the pollen should be deposited here. Right? Pollen should be deposited on the stigma. The process of depositing pollen on the stigma is what we term as pollination. So the process of depositing matured pollen should be a matured pollen of a flower of the stigma of the flower of the same species. It is called pollination. So let's write down the process of depositing. The process of depositing is right. Matured pollen of a flower on the stigma of a flower on the stigma of the flower of the same species is known as pollination. It's known as pollination. And there are two types of pollination. What are the two types? Self-pollination, cross-pollination. Right? The first one, self-pollination. First one, self-pollination. Second one, cross-pollination. Self-pollination, cross-pollination. First one, self-pollination. Second one, CROWS, cross-pollination. Okay, have a look here. Now the pollen I told you, right? Pollen will be deposited here. So from the stamen, from the staminate part, pollen comes out and will be deposited here. That is called pollination. That process is pollination. After pollination, the pollen goes down. The pollen grows down. And down it goes and it gets a curve to get entered. It gets a curve and getting entered. Entered into the ovary with an ovule, it will be, fused. It will be fused. And this is called fertilization of plants. Fertilization of plant reproductive cells. Okay. So the pollen goes down and will be fusing up with an ovule in the ovary. So this is the fertilization in plants. Fertilization in plants. Okay. So what are the two types of pollination now? Self-pollination and cross-pollination. So what is the difference? Now we learned, right? Pollen should be deposited on the stigma. Pollen should be deposited on the stigma. The process of depositing matured pollen of a flower on the stigma of the same flower. One flower. The pollen is given. The pollen deposited on the stigma of the same flower. Pollen. Okay. And the filament, the stamen part is there. It is producing pollen. Pollen deposits on the stigma of the same flower. This is called self-pollination. Self-pollination. And here, pollen from one flower, okay, the pollen of this flower deposits on the other flower, and pollen of this flower deposits on the next flower. So one flower to another flower, one flower to another flower. Again, you see, process of depositing of matured pollen of a flower on the stigma of a flower of the same plant or a flower of another plant. Maybe the same plant, two flowers, or one plant to another plant between two flowers. Okay. This is called cross-pollination. What pollination? Cross-pollination. Cross-pollination. Okay. Is there pollination happening in your body? No. Yes, we don't have. How do you know? How do you know that? Right. We don't have pollination in animals. Is that clear? So pollination word we are not using in animals. Okay. Right. So I hope it is clear. Self-pollination, cross-pollination. Self-pollination, cross-pollination. And the related images are also given for you to understand the picture clearly. Okay. Go to the next page now. Look at this. Self-pollination. Furthermore, can you see? Enter from the stamen. Sorry, pollen from the stamen deposits on the stigma. Deposits on the stigma of the same plant. Okay. Can you see? This is the pollen from the anther. This anther, right? From the anthers, pollens are produced. Filament. And then filament, anther. Anther produces pollen. That pollen is not deposited here. Pollen is not deposited here. Okay. So deposition in the same flower, that is self-pollination. Cross-pollination. Can you see? Anther produces pollen. This pollen deposits on the stigma of another flower. Pollen deposits on the stigma of another flower. This is called cross-pollination. Cross-pollination. Okay. So some of the plants are there. They always lead. Okay. They always, promote cross-pollination. They want to cross-pollinate. So to cross-pollinate, they avoid self-pollination. To cross-pollinate, they avoid self-pollination. How do they do that? For that, there are some adaptations. What are the adaptations? Some flowers are adapted to avoid self-pollination and promote cross-pollination. Avoid self-pollination, promote cross-pollination. This comes in questions. They'll ask you what are the adaptations. What are the adaptations? Having unisexual flowers. By unisexual flowers means, can you remember? Unisexual flowers means, what is the meaning of unisexual flowers? Either the staminate part or its split. Okay, either staminate part or its split. Now, if a flower has got only staminate within the same flower, can there be a pollination? Can't, right? Why? Pollination means male reproductive cell should be deposited on the female reproductive structure. That means both staminate display should be there within the flower. So if it is a unisexual flower, that cannot be happening. Right? Do you understand? So it should be a bisexual. It is a bisexual flower, self-pollination. Bisexual flowers carry out self-pollination. Unisexual, they can't carry out self-pollination. So having unisexual flowers, they lead towards more bisexual. They lead towards cross-pollination. Second one, self-sterility. Fruits are not developed when pollen of a flower is deposited on the stigma. Now, pollen is deposited on the stigma. Pollen depositing on the stigma is pollination. Okay. So when pollen of a flower is deposited on the stigma of the same flower, it is not developing fruit. That means it's not growing up further. It's not developing into fruits. It's not developing into fruits. So that is an example for self-sterility. Okay, passion fruit we can take as an example. Okay. What? Self-sterility. Self-sterility. Okay. Self-sterility. What they do? Sterility also. We say what it happens. Though pollination takes place, even though pollination takes place, there is no fruits formed. There is no fruits developed. So they avoid the developing of fruits. So they avoid self-pollination and they lead towards cross-pollination. They promote cross-pollination. Yes. Who is that? Whom? Salman. Salman is the that's not. But God, you go. Go. Fine. So self-sterility. Okay, self-sterility. So what happened? They want self-pollinating. So now you see, if they are not self-pollinating like this, they have to promote into cross-pollinating. They have to lead towards cross-pollinating because somewhat the food should be formed up right. Next, hercogamy. What do you mean? Hercogamy. Hercogamy. So what is this hercogamy? This is the positioning of stamens and stigma of a flower at a distance. Now, this was the stigma, right? Right? And when we are taking the flowers, anther and the stigma were close by. Let's say there is a big distance between them. Now, when they are closer, okay, somewhere here, let's say. Now, these anthers they can produce pollen and pollen can be deposited here. It's easy. Let's say they are further away. Oh, these are short. These are long. They not have. They are having a big distance, right? Having a big distance. So when there's a big distance between the stigma and the stamen, self-pollination cannot be happening. Self-pollination cannot be happening. So they have to promote cross-pollination. So this is hercogamy. Okay, these are examples. Having exposed stamens. Minka, have you got exposed stamens? Having exposed stamens. Here the stigma is positioned straight while stamens are bent aside. Now that is, earlier what we said was there is a distance. There is a distance. Now what we say, they don't have a distance, but they are not closer to each other. Can you see? Stigma is positioned straight while the stamens are bent away. Okay? Stamens are bent away. Or else, stamens are positioned straight while the stigma is bent. So one of that is bent while the other one is straight. So in this case also they can't self-pollinate. This case also they can't self-pollinate. So then they have to lead, they have to promote cross-pollination. They have to lead for cross-pollination. Okay? Correct. Examples? Just me. Okay? And penna, the big flower. So next dichogamy. I don't know what sort of things are running in your mind. It's like that. Yeah, no, you are practicing like that. When such questions are coming in your paper, also you will be laughing. Huh? You will be laughing. Okay, Mr. Excuse me. Yes. Okay. Well, close. Did you get it? Right. What is dichogamy? Stamens are matured earlier than pistil. Now you see, in bisexual flowers, guys, okay, bisexual flowers, staminate, pistil, both the parts are there, right? Both of them should be matured at the same time. Stamens are matured and sending the pollens, but stigma is not ready to accept. Stigma is matured and waiting for the pollens, but the stamen has not matured. Okay? Clear? No, not that. Right? So this is called. Okay? So this is called dichogamy. This is called. Whatever is when I'm taking something like that, suddenly it's easy. So mind is going somewhere. Right. So is that clear about this? What are the examples? Having unisexual flowers, self-regulatory, ergogamy, extrostamens, dichogamy. What are the summarizing them? Unisexual flowers, they have only staminate or pistil, so no self-pollination. Sterility, no pollination happens, no fruits develop. Ergogamy, the portion of them between, they do have a big distance. Between the stamen and the stigma, there's a big difference between the big distance between them. Extrostamens, what is extrostamens? While stamen is straight, what do you call the stigma is bent away. Oh, bent. The stigma is straight, stamens have been bent away. So that is extrostamens. Okay. And then dichogamy, one is matured earlier than the other. So all these things avoid self-pollination, go for promote for self cross-pollination. Okay, cross-pollination. So who are the agents of pollination now? Who are the agents of pollination? Yes. Couple, yes. Yeah. Not carbon, couple. Agents of pollination. So who are called agents of pollination? The organisms or the materials which promote this pollination. They are doing a work. What is the work? Take the pollen, deposit on the stigma. Take the pollen and deposit on the stigma. So who does this? They are called the agents of pollination. They are called the agents. Who are the agents? Three types of agents are there. What are the three types? By animals. Okay. By animals it's happening. By wind it's happening, and by water it's happening. Okay. So try them. Agents of pollination. Agents of pollination. Factors that contribute. Factors that contribute. Yeah. Below the agents are writing. Factors that contribute to the pollination of flowers. Pollination of flowers are called agents of pollination. Are called agents of pollination. Are called the agents of pollination. So there are three types: animals, wind, water. So we are giving some names for them. What are the names? First one, animals. Right there. Zoophilus flowers. Within the text box, right there. Only write zoophilus flowers. Just write only zoophilus flowers. Write this word only. The first text box, write only this word, zoophilus flowers. Zoophilus flowers. Zoophilus flowers. Right in front of zoophilus flowers. Flowers pollinated by animals. Please write there. You are writing the word zoophilus flower. Front of that, right there, flowers pollinated by animals. So they are all zoophilus flowers. Okay. So how do you find out the zoophilus flowers? What are their characteristics and what they do? Look at this. Now you can see what is this? Butterfly. It's a bee. Okay. So you can see here, pollen produced by this anther is taken away by this animal and deposited on the stigma of another plant. Okay. Because they come towards these plants, the flowers, because of the color. They are colorful. They come towards them And when they come towards, these pollen are sticky. The pollen produced here will be having a sticky nature. So when the organism comes here and stands here on, the pollen will be attracted, pasted over its body. So when it is going to the other side, again when it comes here, that the pollen, it would be just, it would be getting, removed from the body and getting deposited over there. So this way they help pollination. So see there are some examples given of their features. What are the features? Have a look. What are the features? Flowers having a fragrance. So when the flowers are having a fragrance, these animals will be taken closer, right? Okay, they will be attracted, right? And then flowering, flowers being larger flowers are there, so it is very visible for the animals. Colorful flowers, okay, colors, because of the colors also they are attracted, colors of the petals. And having nectaries. So towards these nectaries only these butterflies, bees and all getting attracted to, because that is their nutrition. Pollen being sticky, so that they are attached. Stigma being sticky. Pollen is also sticky, stigma is also sticky, so they can transfer the pollen into stigma. Stamens and stigma are located in such a way that they are easily contacted with animals. So now this stamen and stigma, both of them are not inside the flowering, they are exposed out. They are exposed out. So because of that, they are very easily exposing for animals. Animals, they don't want to go for a long distance. Flowers having shapes that cheat insects. Again, flowers, they cheat the insects because their shape is something like that. Okay, all the flowers are having a common shape. So because of these shapes, these insects should be attracted towards it. So all these features are adaptations for zoophilous flowers for pollination. Clear about them? Okay. Would be coming in the questions. In part 1, if they are giving, okay, out of all the zoophilous, there are 2 other pillars, right? So among them, the points they will give and they will ask you what sort of flower pollination it is. Okay, what is the factor pollinating here? Is it zoophilus, aerophilus, or hydrophilus? Zoophilus pollinated by animals, hydrophilus pollinated by what? Aerophilus pollinated by wind. So tell me, what are the 3 words? Everyone give me the 3 words. What are the 3 words? Zoophilus, aerophilus, hydrophilus. Again, what are the 3? Zoophilus, aerophilus, hydrophilus. Zoophilus are pollinated by animals. Hydrophilus pollinated by water. Aerophilus pollinated by air. Wind. Okay, right. Second one we write aerophilus flowers. Second one, aerophilus flowers. Aerophilus. AEROPHILLOUS or else LOUS. Aerophilus flowers. Aerophilus flowers. Right? What happens here? Now these pollen parts are being taken away by wind, and then it will be deposited on the stigma of some other flowers. Okay. So what are the adaptations? So let's write in front of aerophilus. Flowers pollinated by wind. Flowers pollinated by wind. What are the adaptations? Flowers are born at the apex. Flowers are born at the apex. Apex means at the top part of the plants. So if not, that can't be taken by the wind, right? If it is inside the plant, large amount of pollen are produced. There are a huge amount of pollens are there, so easier the plant, the wind will be taken on. Okay, wind will be taking it over. And all these pollens will not be exactly depositing on the stigma. Sometimes it comes down. Okay, sometimes they come down. Pollen are very small and light. Pollen, they are very small and they are not very heavy. Since they are light and small, easier they can be taken by, lifted up by wind. And stigma is branch. Stigma is having branches because wind is what? Pollinating. So wind can't exactly keep it on the stigma. So when the stigma has been branches, okay, has been branched up, wherever it goes, there's a possibility that can be deposited on the stigma. Examples are given, and flowers are in fluorescence. So inflorescence being clusters like in an order, in pattern, they are present. Because of that, it is promoting this wind pollination. Wind pollination. Next one. What is the next one remaining? Hydrophilous flowers. Hydrophilous flowers. You can see here hydrophilous flowers, what they do. The stamen of the flowers, okay, stamen produced by flowers. Look here. The stamen, it's producing pollen, right? The pollens are released to the water. Pollen are released to the water. Now water, along this water, pollen moves. Along this water, pollen moves. Now the pollen moving on when it is meeting another flower having the stigma that deposits on the stigma. That deposits on the stigma. So who is pollinating this? Water pollinator. Water pollinator. So let's write that in front. The flowers pollinated by water. What are the adaptations they do have? Such flowers usually locate separately as staminate and pistillate. So basically, staminate, pistillate separately they are there so that they promote cross pollination. When matured, staminate flowers separates from the plant and floats in water. So can you see? After maturing, the plant flower is separating and floating on water. Plant flower, the staminate flower is there, will be separated and floating on water. And that releases pollen. While floating, it contacts with the pistillate flower and pollinates takes place. So now these pollens move on. So maybe in a closer distance or a relatively longer distance, but it will be keep on floating. It floats on water. When it is meeting up with this a pistillate flower and the pollens when they are floating over water within that distance, it will be deposited over. So this is hydrophilous flower. So tell me what are the three types of flowers on pollination? What are the three types? Zoophilus, hydrophilus, aerophilus. Zoophilus, hydrophilus, aerophilus flowers. Is that clear? This is about pollination of flowers. Pollination of flowers. Artificial pollination. Now, what is this artificial pollination? Artificial means man-made. Yes. Yes. What is it doing? Taking the pollen from one plant and giving on the stigma of another plant. Yes. Yes. Have a look. The process of depositing the pollen of a flower artificially on the stigma of another of the same flower or stigma of another flower of the same species is known as artificial. So here we don't use our fingers because it's hard. Pollens are small. We are using some sort of rods, small rods. Okay. Okay. Or else maybe a brush, maybe a bud, a cotton bud-like structures we can use to take the pollen from one plant, one flower, and depositing on the flower, maybe the same plant, same flower, same plant, or a different plant. Okay, different plant, but the same species. But the same species. I told you, can you remember? Rose to this. If it is happening, rose to rose. Rose to rose, jasmine to jasmine, that may be also happening. That is self-pollen. Okay, fine. So underline the artificial pollination. Underline artificial pollination. Right. Fertilization. What is fertilization? Now this is a point where you mistake. Fertilization of plants. They ask what is fertilization of plants and they will give the answer. Fusion of egg cells and sperm cells. Just because of egg cells and sperm cells, so underline it. Fertilization of plants is their sperm cells. That should be pollen. So fusion of the male gamete in the pollen cell with the ovum in the ovary is known as fertilization in plants. Can you write this for fertilization of animals? Animals, they don't have pollens. Clear? Let's write down. Fusion of the male gamete cell in the pollen. Fusion of the male gamete in the pollen cell. Male gamete in the pollen cell. Fusion of the male gamete in the pollen cell with the ovum in the ovary. With the ovum in the ovary is known as fertilization. Known as fertilization. Can you see here, guys? Look at this. This circle shows you the fertilization process. Have a look. Now, this is a flower. Have a look here. Might be given in the questions. At that time, don't regret. You see, this is the ovary, stamen. Now the stamen producing pollen. The anther is there. It is producing pollen. And the ovary, inside the ovary, ovules are there. These are the ovules. Can you see? These parts are the ovules. These parts are the ovules. Right? So within the ovary, ovules are there. Now these ovules are ready until the pollens are gone. Now the pollen depositing on this, we term it as pollination, right? Can you remember? Pollen depositing on the stigma is called pollination. Now after depositing, What happened? It's going down. And I said it gets a curve. Straight away it won't go. Anywhere it goes, it gets a curve. And now coming into a curve, meeting up with an ovule here, what happens? It fuses. Who is fusing? Pollen. Pollen with an ovum, it's fusing. Fusing on, now it is fused, fertilization has happened. As a result of fertilization, now it is forming up zygote. Remember, after fertilization of animals and plants, the first cell formed is zygote. Zygote is the first cell formed. Until then, they were end cell. Pollen is also end cell, ovule is also end cell. Now fertilization happens here. N plus N. This becomes 2N. This becomes 2N. Okay. Fertilization. During fertilization, what happens? N plus N happens. So N plus N fertilized, fused together, that results in 2N. Now thereafter, it starts growing. There are certain stages. It grows up, and embryo will be formed, and after some time, what happens? You can see several seeds, like seeds are being produced. Seeds are being produced, and then it is giving rise for another flower, another plant, like it goes on. Clear? So this is how fertilization is carried out to give rise for new generation. Is that clear? Could you please mark those letters? N and N. Proceed to diagrams. N means haploid, okay? N means haploid cell. 2N means diploid. So remember, the first diploid 2N cell after fertilization is zygote. Right. Now, after fertilization, how are they producing fruits and seeds? Now we know we are having these fruits, right? All these fruits, where they are coming from? From plant. Okay, fine. But how? These flowers are converted into fruits. Flowers are converted into fruits. After fertilization, how is it happening? You can see here the same thing. Earlier what you have taken, furthermore it's taken on. Can you observe the ovules? Ovules are there here. Okay. You can see they are getting converted. Can you see some layers are forming up? And after that, the embryo will be stick towards one border. So this is the border line. They won't be in the center. They will be attached to one surface, and they grow up. Growing up together, and then they are converted into seedling. So from the initial stage, seedling. After that, the plant, it will be seed, seedling, plant. They are the three stages: seed, seedling, plant. Okay, that is how the three stages are going on. So now, ovary. You can see here, the flower undergoes several changes after fertilization. This is also a question. After fertilization. After fertilization, what are the changes happening? Ovary and the wall of the ovary. Can you remember the ovary was there? The ovary was there here. Can you remember? These are the ovules. This is the ovary. And the wall is ovary wall. Okay. And the fertilized ovule. Fertilized ovule means, can you remember the pollen came in and fertilized with? Okay. After fertilizing, the fertilized ovule, the fused ovule. Fused ovule means ovule plus pollen. That structure, fused ovule. Wall of the ovule. Now the ovule's wall. This is the ovule, right? Ovule's wall, the wall. Wall. All of them are converted into another. What is the other? Ovary is what converted into the fruit. Within the flower, the ovary is there. Ovary is what converted into the fruit. Ovary is what converted into the fruit. Then ovary wall will be the wall of the membrane of the fruit, which you term as pericarp. What carp? Pericarp. Pericarp. Pericarp means outer layer, outer membrane of the fruit. So ovary is converted. Remember this. Ovary is converted into fruit. Ovary wall is converted into the pericarp. And what about the fertilized ovule? Fertilized ovule plus the pollen, this is what converted into the seed. And the wall of this fertilized ovule will be the wall of the seed coat. The seed coat, or we term it as the testa. Okay, testa. So these are the changes happening after fertilization. Write them down. Pericarp is the outer layer of the fruit, the membrane of the fruit. Testa, it is the membrane of the seed. When you are taking the seed is having a layer, outer layer. That is the testa, seed. Please write them. Right. A nice name is there. A nice word is there. What is that word? Parteno. Parteno. Parteno cup. Parteno. Parteno cup. Parteno cup. Right. What is this Parteno cup? Let's write there. Now fertilization must be. Listen. Fertilization of this pollen with ovule must happen to give fruits. But in some plants, even without fertilization, fruits are given. Fruits are. So this is called Parthenaka. Process of developing fruits without fertilization is known as Parthenaka. Right, done. Artificial growth substances are used to develop fruits in that manner. Such fruits are seedless. Guys, in this parthenography, artificial fruits can be produced, and when artificial fruits are produced, something like in grapes, some oranges, they won't be having seeds. So without seeds, if they are present as a fruit, remember they are artificially, maybe because of artificially produced, because of parthenography. Okay, so examples: grapes, orange, apple, without seeds, They have seeds. Sometimes you can see without seeds also they are present in the market. That means artificial. Artificial. So if there are no seeds, that is because of Parthenaka. Without fertilization, they are produced. Whatever the fruit you are taking, if they don't have seeds, this is what happens. Okay. Right. What is this? Now you see, step by step we are coming. First we learned about pollination. Right. Right. Dr. Bihari. First we learned about pollination. Then we learned about fertilization. Okay. Then there are some even without fertilized producing fruits. Now, who are helping to now after fruits formed up and the seeds there, who are the ones helping to disperse them? Disperse them means taking them towards other places to grow them up further. There are four. Now don't confuse this theory with pollination. Pollination is depositing the pollen on the stigma. That is carried out by zoophilus, hydrophilus, and aerophilus flowers. Okay. Here, this is the bacillus. Different mentalities are there. Right? Look here. Wind co-factors are there. What are the co-factors? What are the co-factors? Wind, water, animals and birds, and bursting. Bursting means explosive mechanism. Explosive mechanism. So, have a look. Look at the dudes. That is the only work you have to do on the class. Can you do that? Right. Dispersal of fruits and seeds. We are reading. Please read. Spreading away the fruits and seeds from the mother plant is referred to as dispersal of fruits. From the mother plant, fruits and seeds are dispersed out, spread it away. That is called dispersal of fruits and seeds. Plants fulfill the requirement by this process. What are the requirements? Competition for essential requirement. Now you see, at the same place, all the plants are there. They will be having a big competition for different factors. So they disperse. And moreover, if all of them are in the same place and someone, if there are any sort of natural disasters come, all of them destroy. Again, they can't be produced. So they have to dispose. Okay. And when they are dispersing away, they will be spreading everywhere, which increases the biodiversity as well. Okay. So, and also it helps to maintain the ecological balance too. So you see, new habitats are found. So when they are moving away, new habitats are found. Diversity is increased, protection from pest and agent of diseases. So if it is a disease, disaster, or whatever happens, all of them will not be affected. Some of them will be affected. Some others are protected. Right? Methods of dispersal. What are the methods? There are four principles. Number one, dispersal of fruits and seeds by animals. Right there. Right, the first one by animals. By animals. That is what right? Yeah, text box. There's a text box given right. Right there by animals. Right there by animals. Stop talking. Right? What are the adaptations? Fruits and seeds that are dispersed by animals may have following adaptation. What are the adaptations? There are succulent edible parts. Okay. So now next to each other pieces are there. Next to each other parts are there. So that's easy and that's easily accessible to organisms. Just take a look. There are attractive colors. So different colors are there in these. And there are hooks or hairs assist to be attached. So they do have some sort of hook-like structures. They are having some hanging structures where they can be hanged connected over the animal. So when they are moving away, those particles also will be taken. And there are shapes and patterns to cheat animals. Okay, some sort of organisms are some sort of plant materials are there, flowers and are there, seeds and fruits are there. Seems to be like different structures where organisms will be attracted. And when they are cheated, when they go away, they take them away attached to their bodies, the person or be taken. So examples also given. These are the adaptations in food. Animals dispersing. Earlier pollinated we say, now it is dispersing plants. Again dispersing plants. Go to the next one. So examples also given. Mango, false fruit in cashew. So in cashew plant, false fruit is there, but it is not a fruit. It is not a fruit. Okay. And bitter gourd also same. Next one. What is the next one? Can you tell me? By wind it is dispersed. So right there, dispersed by wind. 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 What are the structures? Having structures like threads to float in air. Can you see? These different structures are there to be taken off by air. Like wing-like structures, small cone-like structures are there. Small light structures are there to be taken by dispersed by air. Okay. So this may be MC gives. Such diagrams they will give, images they will give, and they'll ask you by what they are dispersed. By what they are dispersed. So looking at the image, you should be able to give the answer. Some O-level questions also, papers also, they are like giving the diagram they ask. So you see, what are the structural features? Having structures like threads to float in air, they can float in air. Possess wing-like structures, like to fly. Fruits and seeds born at the apex of the plant, top of the plant at the apex they are born, so they can be taken easier out. Seeds being very light seeds, so they can be lifted. Production of fruits and seeds in large numbers. So even in wind pollination also the same thing is said. Large number of fruits, these structures, the fruits and seeds are being produced, easier they can be taken off by air, wind. So they are dispersed by wind. Dispersed by wind. All these things at once you can't memorize. You have to refer them again. Okay. And dispersed by water. Next one, dispersed by water. Dispersed by water. Dispersed by water. So that means by water they are dispersed from one place to another. Hamdan, Incaf. Look here. What are the adaptations? Read. What are the adaptations? You can see Porous or fibrous pericarps. The pericarps are the outer layers. They have some small holes like pores-like structures. Okay, and because of that, they can be floating on water. They can be floating on water. Okay, and possess pericarps that are suited for flotation. So, and having air-filled shells. And coconut also, when you are taking coconut, also having pores. And coconut is a major example on floating water to disperse. So, having pores-like structures on their fiber or the pericarp, they can be floating easily. Okay, and these structures also, the seed part bit larger, but they are having a leaf-like structure over there in order to float vertically. So they can be taken on by water. So you see, possess pericarps that are suited for flotation, having air-filled shells. So some shells are there air-filled. Okay, above the plant, above the seed, above the fruit, they will have shells air-filled. So since they are air-filled, they won't be sinking down in water. They can be floating on water. So these are few examples where we use dispersal by water. Dispersal by water. Then the next one, dispersed by explosive mechanism. Can you see here? So suddenly they explode. Suddenly they burst. When they are bursting suddenly, all the materials move away. All the materials move away. Moving away, they would be spreading to different locations. Okay. Right. Pericarp of the fruit of some plants explodes and the seeds are dispersed far away. Touch, moisture, or dry weather conditions can cause explosion. Now, maybe because of weather conditions, because of extreme weather conditions also this happens. Because of your touching also that happens. This is something like touching. Okay. Yes. No, nothing happened to that because there is not a crack or something to fire. It's not a firecracker. Even a small pebble or a stone you are putting over there happens to you. Water. So even water is also touching over there at a high pressure. So even it will be exploding. Water. Because it's not heavier, but it's heavy. You have to touch the water. Rubber at a high pressure if you are giving it mine, right? Listen, look here. Rubber, ladies fingers. Whose fingers? Ladies finger. Food ado, red beet. These are some. Red beet means mother. What do you call mother tea? Mother tea, the red color beans. They are also examples, right? Guys, have a look on the board. I'm done. Give it. Right? Look at this now. You should be familiar with these images because I told you some questions are there. They give the pictures for you to identify and then give the answers. Okay? By wind, animals, water, by bursting, by explosive mechanism, they are spreading. And all these are not pollination related to not related to pollination. These are related to dispersal, spreading away from the mother plant. Okay. So germination of seeds. Now spreading, after that germination. Now seeds are getting deposited over here and there, and they have to germinate. They have to germinate. So what is germinating? Let's write there. Activation of the embryo. Activation of the embryo in a seed. Activation of the embryo in a seed. Activation of the embryo in a seed and its development. Activation of the embryo in a seed and its development to form a seedling. To form a seedling is known as seed germination. To form a seedling is known as seed germination. Seed germination. Now, what is seed germination? Now, once the plant seed is deposited, after dispersing, they are depositing on the soil and earth. Now they have to activate. They have to start growing. Now the embryo should be forming up. So this embryo become activated and they are developing. Developing to what? I what you can remember, there are three stages. Seed becomes seedling. So seed developing into seedling. This process is what we term as germination. Once it has become seedling, it will be converted furthermore into growing furthermore into the plant. Okay. So there are four factors needed here. Shaheen, what are the four factors needed? But this is not my question. You are reading that. Variety of seed, air, water, moisture, optimum temperature. Right? So variety of seed. Now we see they have to be seed germinated, right? That the seed must be able to take on the factors. It should not be completely covered up with no spores. Should be having some places to obtain the factors. And then air should be there, oxygen air. Water, moisture, wetness must be there. Wetness must be there. Optimum temperature, it is not very high temperature, very cold temperature, average optimum temperature. If all these four factors are provided, seed will be growing up into, develop into seedling. Okay, write this down. Write this down, four factors. When a seed is germinating, write down. When a seed is germinating, water activates the enzymes in the cotyledon. Water activates the enzymes in cotyledon and stored complex in the digested simple nutrition. What it says, after the seed is germinating on, when it is germinating, water activates the enzymes in the cotyledon. Within the seeds, cotyledons are there. Can you remember monocots, dicots? Yes. Cotyledons are present. So these cotyledons, what they do? There will be enzymes produced in this cotyledons, and that is triggered by what? That is triggered by what? Because of water, enzymes will be produced in the cotyledons. So, and stored complex food is digested to simple nutrition. Now, already stored foods are there. These already stored foods will be converted into simple digestive end products. The nutrients help develop the radicle and the plasma. Now, after that, now already stored foods are there. These already stored food could be converted into nutrition end products. Using these nutrients only, the seedling will be furthermore developed. And now we see seed germination occurs mainly in two ways. Now, in this way, this is happening in two. One is called epigeial germination. The other one is hypogeial germination. Epigeial germination and hypogeial germination. Okay. So epigeial germination means, you see, can you see the seed is growing up, the radical comes off, okay, and seed coat is, can you see the difference between the seed coat? The cotyledon is there, seed coat, furthermore developing. You can observe now, once the plant comes out, the cotyledon also coming out, the plumule is emerging, cotyledon comes out, the seed coat is removed, and the cotyledon grows up into the plant. So this is happening in epigeial germination. When the seed germinates, plumule emerges up from the soil. The plumule, it is emerging up from the soil. Cotyledons also emerges. The cotyledon also coming out from the soil. Moreover, cotyledons produce food by photosynthesis in addition to supply stored food for the seedling in its early stage. Most dicotyledonous plants show epigeial germination. Underline that. Most dicotyledonous plants show epigeial germination. Most dicotyledonous plants show epigeial germination. So here you can see, look at the image here. Who is coming out? The plumule is also coming out. You can see it's also coming out. And the dicotyledon, the cotyledon is there. Cotyledon also comes out. So in germination, if the cotyledon is also emerging up from the soil, listen. In germination, if the cotyledon is also emerging up from the soil, that is epigeial. Then hypogeial, what should be happening? Plumule goes up. The plumule is growing up, but the cotyledon doesn't go up. Cotyledon stays below the soil. Is that clear? If the cotyledon emerges up from the soil, that is epigeial. If the cotyledon still stays below the soil, that is hypogeial. So that's the difference between epigeial and hypogeial. So you see the hypogeial one here. Can you see there? The plumule is emerging up, but the cotyledon still stays inside the soil. Inside the soil. So this is called hypogel germination. Hypogel germination. So there's a difference between them. And hypogel germination can be mostly seen in monocot plants. So epigel germination can be mostly seen in dicot plants. Hypogel can be mostly seen in monocot plants. So underline that most of the monocotyledonous plants show hypogel germination. Most of the monocotyledonous plants show hypogel germination. Right. Now germination we said now when these factors, what were the four factors? Can you tell me? What were the four factors we wrote? Gravity of the seed, air, moisture, optimum temperature. Now we learn all four factors must be given. One factor not given means that can't be seed growing into the seedling. All four factors given means seed will be developed into seedling. That means germination must be taking place. But in some cases, even though all four factors are provided, then there won't be germination happening. Is that clear? Even though all four factors are provided, no germination takes place. So non-germination, even those four factors are provided, that is called as dormancy. What dormancy? Dormancy of seeds. So that's the next one. We'll write down non-germination of seeds. Non-germination of seeds. Non-germination of seeds. Though the essential factors, non-germination of seeds, though the essential factors needed for seed germination are fulfilled, called dormancy of seeds. Dormancy of seeds. Right? So what are the factors affecting them? Look here. Now, factors affecting the dormancy of seeds. Factors affecting the dormancy of seeds. There are two factors. What is dormancy now? You are giving all the factors needed, but still it is not germinating. Why? Now, factors are given, but the embryo is not matured yet. Inside the seed, embryo is not matured. Even though all the factors are given, if the maturity is not obtained, they won't be growing further, developing further. So germination will not take place. Is that clear? Embryo is not mature. What is the next one? Okay, embryo is mature. You are giving all the factors. But still, when you take the seed, to obtain the factors in, the layer is not permeable. You understand? The layer, the testa, the outer coat. Yeah. The outer coat of the testa is there, the seed coat is there. So this is not allowing the factors to take place. All the factors are ready outside, but not allowed to come in. So even the embryo is matured inside. If more factors are not entering the seed, there won't be germination. So these are the two reasons why germination does not take place. What are the two reasons? Embryo being not mature, impermeability. It's not permeable. It's not allowing the entry of testa for water and oxygen. Water and oxygen are not allowed to come. So methods practiced to remove dormancy of seeds before germination. How to remove this dormancy? Storing seeds for some period. If you are storing the seeds for some period before the germination, what you can expect? They get mature. So quickly they mature. Burning the willy, the seed. Burning the willy of the seed coat or testa or teak seeds. That's also same. So the willy structures are the burning, removing them, burning them off. So then what happens? The seed coat becomes permeable because outer part when you are burning, it becomes permeable for these two factors. And removing the seed coat. Now, seed coat when you are removing, no coat, no membrane, only the seed is there. Directly they obtain these two factors. Keeping the seeds of lead free, it will be in hot water. That's also like when you keep it over there, it becomes permeable to obtain them. Okay. And gently cracking the seed coat of many seeds. also same. They obtain what and air easier. So these are the precautions, the factors that we apply to remove the seed coat. Remove the seed coat. Is that clear? So this is all about asexual and sexual reproduction of whom? Plants. So a long theory. I told you it's a long theory. Okay, which is a must-like question in your exams. Okay, so I hope it's clear. Okay, all the notes are there in the tube as well. So please make sure you revise them, refer them. Okay, so we have a break now. 12:10, 12:45. We have to stop. 12:45. Listen. Everyone, you have to go out of the class. Don't stay during the interval here. Don't make noises to disturb the other class. So I hope all of you are human beings walking around, not animals here. Don't shout. And here. Wait. Here. Mind your behaviors when you are using the washrooms and the taxi. Clear? So don't be like animals to spill out water everywhere. Okay? Don't go around out. I mean, you may go out, but don't make problems again to come back like the last time. Okay? This time that won't be excused, right? And finish up your prayers and come. Okay? Fine. I gave you a time. Give me second. So sexual reproduction of man. Shall I start? Fine. Right, listen. Now keep quiet. Right. Okay. So, starting up with two words: puberty, the adolescence. So, what is this puberty? Guys, keep quiet. I can't shout. So, if you are being quiet, you can learn. So, what is puberty? Sexual maturity or attaining adolescence is referred to as puberty. Now, different stages are there in your life. So, you are a kid. Still you are kids. Still you are kids. So, what? Look here. Still you are kids. The childhood you are in. Childhood to the next transferring is the adulthood. Okay. Childhood to adulthood. Child becomes an adult. And in between this, translational or transferring phase is there. A bridging phase is there between the childhood and adolescence and the adulthood. This is what is termed as adolescence. What is the word? Adolescence. Okay. So sexual maturity or attaining adolescence, you are getting into this bridging phase. In between the childhood and adulthood, you are you're converting into. You're showing some sort of changes in your body and you're getting matured. Okay, physically, you are getting matured. So this maturity is what we term as gaining puberty. Gaining puberty. So secondary sexual characteristics which differentiate males and females begin to appear from the puberty. Now, at this age, different characteristics will be arising in your body, will be changing in your body. Okay. So these things are what we term as the sexual characteristics. Sexual characteristics. Okay. So this happens during the age between 11 to 14, 15, like this age. It starts somewhere around 10, 11, it will be starting. Okay. So this education is also important. Otherwise, if you don't know anything about, you will be learning in a different way. That's what happens. So you have to properly learn them. Okay, that is why these lessons are included in your school curriculum also, because this is the age. This is the age. So properly you have to learn. Okay. So you see, no, not that. Fine. You see, either you have to change your position or you have to change your expression. Right. So let's write down puberty, sexual maturity. Sexual maturity by attaining puberty. Only the first statement you have to write. Sexual maturity or attaining adolescence is referred to as puberty. Puberty. Yeah. But right now, fine. So now, have you all attained your adolescence now? Yeah. Right. Fine. Listen now. Okay. First, you have to understand that. Also, right? Okay. You have to understand that. So you see, attaining this adolescence, there would be certain changes. So there are the features that we can see in male and female from puberty. They are known as secondary sexual characteristics. Underline. Right. Write that down. Here. Done. Features that appear in male and female from puberty are known as secondary sexual characters. Now, when you are getting into this age, going towards the mirror, you are looking through your face. Like, have seen like that? No? That means I asked you a certain question earlier. That is no. Right, fine. So, when you are giving me answers, think and give me answers. Okay. So, you see, these things you are observing, that's because of some changes happen on your face. Okay. Some changes happen on your face. Even the girl. Right? Right. Don't shout. Boys. Now the problem is, some boys also seem to be like this. River. Fine. Look at this. Again, have a look now. What are the sexual characteristics? The changes start to appear between the ages of 13 to 16, that is in males, What is the reason for the actions, the changes? There's a hormone produced. What is the hormone? Testosterone. What is the hormone? Testosterone. Testosterone. And here, the changes appear from the age 10 to 14, and this is because of two hormones. What is the hormone? O is silent. Estrogen and progesterone. What are the two hormones? Estrogen and progesterone. So do you all have estrogen and progesterone? Being clear, right? Clearly learned. Because this happens in MCQs. You know, we're underlining. Okay. Second is, what are the changes? Listen. Now I think you don't know you are in puberty, so I don't want to teach this. Right. Okay. So get this. Pubertal hair grows on face, chest, under armpits, and in genital area. So this is common in males and females both. You know, this is because of some hormonal changes. Listen. Now you see, some hormonal changes. This happens. Hairs grow up in certain places. Okay. With this age. With this age. Right. And then when you come for males, shoulders grow wide, and the pubic region widens when it comes to females. Okay. And larynx enlarges and voice becomes deep. So suddenly your voice changes, becomes rough like. Again you are confirming that you haven't come to this stage. Because if it is, you should have already done. I think. This should have all done. Yeah. So I told you that some sort of father mother problems are there. Those people are what they can't control their words, actions, and all. I'm looking everyone like students here. Some people they are showing off their sort of genetic problems. And the thing is, always the same people caught up with. So that is confirming, affirming, assuring that he is having a genetic problem. Okay? Check it out with the doctor which genetic problem you are having. Got it? And already when you are studying, scientifically only I will be giving you response. Okay. So you can convert them in your own language. Then that will be giving you a sense, right? Sense of what I said. Right. So larynx enlarges and voice becomes deep. Voice becomes deep. Mammary glands start to grow. Okay. And your bones and muscles grow faster and the growth of the body is accelerated. Quickly you will be growing up. Not the memory glands, sebaceous glands are there. Those glands are doing a work in your body related to what you call coordination. So these coordinating materials, coordinating mechanisms will be improved. So bones and muscles grow fast and the growth of body is accelerated. Testes starts to produce sperms. So this is the major sexual characteristics appearing within this age. Okay. So testes within your body will be start to produce a certain chemical stuff which we call sperms. So what is this sperms and what is the difference between the other liquids? We have to learn, right? Genital starts to grow larger. So these are the changes happening in your body. Okay, this is in males. In females, fat deposits in the subcuticle and body becomes fat. The body structure changes and the bones and muscles grow fast and the growth of body is accelerated. So that's common in both males and females. Quickly you'll be growing up into this age. And releasing of ovaries, menstrual cycle starts. So this is the major change in the female. So once you start and this is what this is what indicating that you are getting into the puberty. So the menstrual cycle starts. So likewise, you see both the men and women, the boys and girls when we are taking, they do have some different characters, but both of them are once they have attained the puberty, different changes happen in their body. And these changes sometimes, if you are not aware of what's happening, so what happens then? Okay, if you are not, or else if you don't have anyone at home to get the ideas from, okay, if you are not educated in that way properly from any of the sides, then the wrong sides will be going towards. Then we'll be having different misconceptions regarding this. Okay, so the misconcepting ideas, the concepts gone wrong in your mind lead you towards many other stuff. Clear? So this is why people mistake and they go in wrong paths. Clear about that? So correctly get the idea. These are not something like we used to be laughing, smiling, and all. These are usually happening. So what is happening in our bodies when we are learning, if you are laughing, that shows you that is not happening in your body. That's the problem. So when I am speaking about this, if someone is laughing, so how do I assure that maybe he is not good fit for this class? Why? He has not attained the puberty. Is that's the idea? Right? So don't show that, don't express others that you are not attained the puberty. If not, keep calm. If you haven't attained the puberty yet, keep calm, don't show it to others. That's it. Okay. Commonly we'll teach since all of you are belonging for grade 10s. Okay, fine. So these are the changes between the sexual characteristics emerging between the age. Okay, so nothing to be thinking more about that. Common changes. If these changes are not happening only, you have to think about. Right? With the age, none of the changes are happening. Let's say, then you are having a problem. It may be a genetic problem. It may be a radiative problem. It may be the problems because of what you are exposing to. Okay. And sometimes it may be happening because of the climatic weather conditions in the countries. Country to country is different. And this age is also different from country to country. Some, very heated up countries when you are taking on, they mature, especially the females, they mature very quick. Physically mature. So all of you are speaking about is physical maturity. Okay? Physical, by the body you are getting mature. Along with the physical maturity, you have to be mentally also mature. But it takes time. Mental maturity takes a long time. And that is why you make problems. You take everything as fun and entertainment because of that. Why? Physically you are getting mature. You think you are okay now. You are growing now. You are growing larger. Body becomes more, stronger. So you think like you are okay with it. Okay, that's a problem. Why? Mentally you are not strong yet. Because usually the mental stability comes with time. With what you are exposing, with what you are experiencing, with all these added on, mental stability increases. So if these two are not parallelly happening, so somewhat there is a drag, right? If it is a long drag between them, long leap between them, there becomes a problem where these people, make mock of other people. Always this. That's because this is not a point out anyone. You have to understand. So you have to let both of them going parallel. That is making your habits and your attitudes, your behavior. You have to try to control. Okay. If not what happen, physically growing stronger, but mental growth is slow. You could have seen some people. Okay, we say Sinnapula Mazu, you are saying. Why? Childish, you are saying. Why? Because grown well, but still child mentality. Why? Because mentally not strong, mentally not stable. So mentally also, psychologically also, you have to grow up. That is up to you. Because mental stability is not obtained by nutrition and all. That is obtained within your mind. You have to maintain, you have to control your mind. Is that clear? Clear? So don't let every words to utter whatever comes to your mind. You have to control. Is that clear? Wherever you are, don't speak everything and don't speak more. What is needed? If not, just keep calm. And this is the major problem for many problems. Major reason for many problems, right? Many problems, this is the major reason. So if you can control this, you can control many disasters. Clear about that? Okay. So that is also maturity. Mental maturity. Spiritually also you can mature. If you are following up some traditions, cultures, religions, accordingly. Okay. So by your soul you are getting mature. Okay. So different maturities are there. Just because of physical matured, don't misunderstand that you are now okay to do anything. Not clear. Is that clear? And even now, physically you are getting mature. Not 100% mature. The age you are in, you are transferring. I told you that it is a bridging age. Bridging between the childhood and the adulthood. You are bridging. You are converting step by step by step. Okay. And all these are experiences. You are learning every day. Not only the school life. Every day what's happening in your life, you are learning. Exactly. Along with that, you have to. Okay. So physical changes are what we have discussed about. And the next one. So you see, these are some examples that when we are taking the changes happening within the body as the sexual characteristics change. Okay. So about those organs also you have to learn. And when you come for this structure of seminiferous tubule. So look at your tube now. Male reproductive system. Main parts of the male reproductive system. What are the main parts? Testicles. Testicles are there. We have to read and learn because you have to read. I want you to read with me. Okay, look at that. A pair of testes which are oval in shape. Okay, testes are present and they are oval in shape. Right? Located in a sac called scrotum or testes. So these testes are outside the body and we have two, and within that oval shape are there, and these are what producing some cells. Okay. So underline that a pair of testes which are oval in shape are located in a sac called the scrotum. Okay. Or we say testes. Sperms are produced in these structures. Underline. Now we are learning. Look at the word. Sperms are produced in these structures. They are testes. But later, after some points, you'll be taking another place where it is exactly produced. Okay. So now, at the moment, just remember, sperms are produced in testes. A testis is comprised of about 250 testicle tubules. Underline that. Testicle lobules are there. Testicle lobules, 250 testicle lobules are there. Parts are there. Okay. Small parts are there within about 250. There are about 1000 convoluted tubules. Okay. Seminiferous tube. Okay. Seminiferous tubules. Okay. They are the 1000 tubules present. Pair of epididymics. Pair of epididymics. So the image is given in the next page. You can compare with. Pair of epididymics what we are taking. No need to write this. Leave it. Pair of epididymics. All the vas efferences. So different words are there here. Vas efferences. Vas efferences. All the vas efferences in a testis emerge out of the testes and are open to a single convoluted tube. Single convoluted tube. Okay. Just take that point forward and all no need now. All the vas differences, all the vas efferences in a testis. Okay. Emerge out of the testes and open to a single convoluted tube, and that is what the epididymis is. Epididymis. Pair of vas difference, vas efference, vas difference, right? A tube that brings sperms from epididymis is called vas difference. Underline that. Now the testis is the place where the sperms are produced, right? And that is transferred via the epididymis. And you see now the tube that brings sperms from epididymis is called vas difference. So from the epididymis, it has to be taken out. Who is taking it out? Vas difference. Vas difference. Earlier vas efference, now vas difference. Okay. So again, what is the summary of these 3 points? Sperms are produced within womb, testes, and it is taken to epididymis. From the epididymis, it is taken out by whom? Vas difference. Vas difference. The other end of it is jointed to the tube coming from the seminal vesicle. So there are seminal vesicles. To the seminal vesicle is the other end. That means it is a tube. One end is connected to the vas deferens. The other end is connected to the seminiferous, the seminal vesicles. Okay. Pair of seminal vesicles, prostate gland, and pair of Cowper's glands. These are the glands associated with male reproductive system. So what are the glands associated with the male reproductive system? Seminal vesicles, prostate gland, pair of Cowper's gland. Repeat it again. Seminal vesicles, prostate gland, Cowper's gland. Right. These glands secrete a white film. Now there's a difference between the liquids being produced, especially within the male reproductive system. Okay. So every time you will be thinking as one, but there are differences. What are the differences? You see here, the fluid is the glands secrete a white color fluid. This secretion is released into the urine. So there is a white color fluid secreted. Okay. With the points I explained what is seminal fluid, sperms, testosterone, different stuffs are there. Okay, one by one we'll take. This fluid is important to provide nutrition to the sperms and their transport. So you see, the white fluid, this is what being released out, and this contains the sperms. This contains the sperms. And the white fluid is what providing the nutrition for whom? Sperms. Because sperms are living cells. They have to be living, they have to be motile. Motile means they should be moving. So their motility is what important here, because as far as they move, the function will be properly carried out. Okay. So you see, this fluid is important to provide nutrition to the sperms and their transportation. Sperms and this white fluid is collectively known as semen. Now semen, seminal fluid means what is? Sperm and the white fluid collectively taken. Underline that. Sperms are the cells, white fluid that contains a liquid-like structure containing nutrition. Both together we name it as seminal fluid. Seminal fluid or semen. Penis, this is the muscular organ which is important in ejection of semen into female reproductive system. So through this organ is what the reproductive cells are being ejected into the female reproductive system. This becomes rigid when blood supply is increased. Urethra opens out through penis, right? So the tip of the penis is called glans penis, and it is covered by prepuce or posterior, right? So these are the particles covering and protecting the genital area. Okay. So these are the main parts when you come for the male reproductive system. So you can see here some structures are given. So this is the seminiferous tubule, cross section of a seminiferous tubule. That means when you are taking this area highlighted further and it is zoomed, this is how it seems to be. And within that, Sertoli cells are there. Sertoli cells, they are the startup cells. From there are the sperm cells. Okay, sperm cells are also there here. Okay, so these structures also you have to be familiar with because one of the structure might be there, but these are very rare structures. So some of the structures given in the tube and your text, probably they will be coming in the exams as well. Okay. Look at the next page. Right. So some diagrams are given there, right? Some structures are there, right? So these structures are given. Okay. Even the male reproductive structure, female reproductive structure, the organs are given here for you to learn with the parts. Okay. So with the parts you have to learn. Okay. So because that comes in the questions, they will be giving the diagram. That is not something to laugh. That is not something to think more about that. Okay. So it all right. So mentally you have to be strong. Okay. Right. So the structures given here you have to label. You have to label. Okay. So the next page it is giving you the male reproductive structure. Right. So the same structure is what given over there. Right? Fine. But I don't know why you are laughing. Right? It is already given on the tube, right? Already given in the textbook also, right? Wait. So the parts you must know. We learned about the seminal vesicles, right? Seminal vesicles. So this is the seminal vesicle. When you take the seminal vesicles when you are taking, can you remember? Connected to one end. Observe here the prostate gland and the vas deferens. This is the vas deferens. Can you remember it is connected to one end to the seminal vesicles? Observe there. One end it is connected to the seminal vesicle, the other end is connected with the epididymis. Can you remember? Epididymis. So sperms are produced here, the testes, the sperms are produced, and then it would be given to the epididymis. From the epididymis, okay, from the epididymis, it is transferred. So the testes producing and then given to epididymis. From the epididymis, the vas deferens is there. Can you see? The vas deferens take towards the seminal vesicle. Seminal vesicle. And below that, we do have the prostate gland. Okay, so these are the main parts that you should know. And the scrotum is what covering the area. Scrotum is what covering the area. So these are the major parts of male reproductive system. So with diagram, they will give in the structured essay question for you to label. So if you don't learn about that, you can't label. So The diagram I have given you on the tube also. You have to learn to label it. You have to learn to label it. Okay. And now the other part given here, seminiferous tubule. I told you different tubules are there. Okay. So the seminiferous tubule is what it is also giving a transporting function here. So let's read the tube now. Look at the tube. Functions of male reproductive system. What is the function? What is the function of male reproductive system? Production of sperms. Okay. Sperms will be produced within the male reproductive system. And the produced sperms have to be ejected from the body. And you see, this starts producing from the puberty age. Once a time comes on where the fertilization is to be done, sperm cells will be meeting up with the egg cells, and then the fertilization happens. Okay, so you have to wait until the time comes. Is that clear? Not to be hurried. Okay, so that's what I did. Don't think. So these things you have to learn, because if you don't know what's actually happening, what's supposed to be happen, you will try to learn earlier in the wrong way. Okay, so you don't want to think about what happens there. Okay, so first it's produced, released, and it keeps on as a circle every in a month. Like, it depends on the person, depends on the individual it happens to be. And moreover, there are some points you have to concern. At last I'll speak about that, okay, related to this. So whatever you see, production of sperms begin when a male attains its puberty. And sperms are formed from the sperm mother cell. Okay. Sperms are formed from sperm mother cell. How come it is possible? You made a name. And I remember I told you. Okay. We don't use masculine feminine terms about use stuff. Okay. All these natural stuff we refer to as mother cell, daughter cell, sister cell. No son cell, no father cell, even for sperms. So sperms we don't use. It becomes complicated. We use the feminine terms only. So starting, look at this. You see there. Sperms are formed from the sperm mother cell, which are in the seminiferous tubule. Right? Now I told you to remember. Okay. Seminiferous tubules are there. Within the testes, you got seminiferous tubules. So, sperms are formed from the sperm mother cells, which are in the seminiferous tubules. So, within the seminiferous tubules only we have got the sperm mother cells. From these sperm mother cells only, sperm cells are formed. And the sperms form. Now, it is something like inside the testes, you got seminiferous tubules. Exactly the seminiferous tubule, it is producing, it's storing up these sperms, and will be released out to the epididymis, and there onwards it will be transferred. Right? Sperms are temporarily stored in epididymis. Underline that one. That is the key question. Sperms are temporarily stored in epididymis. Temporarily, it will be stored there. During the copulation, sperms pass through vas deferens and are collected to the urethra. So can you remember I have shown you from the epididymis, it is added to the vas deferens and will be taken towards the seminal vesicles. And then it is taken afterwards towards the urethra to be removed from the body. At the same time, the secretion of the prostate gland and Cowper's gland are also mixed with sperms. Now I told you one more thing, white fluid. White fluid means it contains sperm cells along with some other nutrients, some other chemicals. And some of the chemicals are produced by who? Cowper's gland, and what is other gland? Prostate gland. So can you remember the prostate gland I have shown you just below the seminal vesicles? So they are secreting some secretions, will be mixed up with foam sperms. And now this is what we term as the white fluid. Okay. So is it seminiferous tubules cross section is given. The secretion mixed with sperms is called seminal fluid or semen. We have already underlined that. Again, it is given here. The mixture with seminal fluid. Okay. The mixture with this fluid and sperms all collectively the nutrition, it is what we term as seminal fluid. Now it is what color it is? White color. White color. So in this white color only sperm cells are there. If you want to observe a sperm cell sample, we have to make it under microscope. Under microscope, when we are observing, we can see sperm cells having such a structure like this. Right? It will be having a structure in this way. They are microscopic, very smaller, living and motile. So these structures under microscope we can see it seems to be like moving. Seems to be like moving here and there randomly. Okay, within the white color film. So it is having a head and it's having a tail. Head and tail is the other parts. Head and a tail. Head and a tail. Okay. So this is the body structure, mainly head and tail. Okay. So you see now, epididymis, can you remember? The testicles were their testes. Okay. This is the epididymis. It is producing the sperms and stored temporarily in this epididymis. Okay. And then the vas deferens will be taking that towards the seminal vesicles. Right. So this is the place. You can see epididymis. This is the place where temporarily the sperms will be stored. So these places you have to remember. MCQs that come in correct incorrect statements. Okay. So what is the place where stored temporarily? The sperms are stored temporarily. Epididymis. Epididymis. Who is transferring the sperms from epididymis towards the seminal vesicles? Vas deferens. Vas deferens. D. Okay. Vas deferens. Vas deferens is what? Transfer. Where is it produced? In testes. Moreover, within the testes where it is produced? Seminiferous tube. Seminiferous tube. Okay. So there are millions of sperms in 1 milliliter of semen. In 1 milliliter of semen. 1 ml of semen. Millions of sperms are there. If you have a doubt, go and count. Yeah. Right? No. If you are having doubts on anything, you have to confirm it, right? Count. Not 1 million. More than that. But no doubt there. You have to, I'll be here. Right. Listen. Now, there are millions of sperms in 1 million. Underline, MC gives 1 milliliter, 1 cubic meter. 1 cubic centimeter. 1 milliliter means 1 cubic centimeter. Contains about 1 million of sperms. Okay. Now, here, hold on. Step by step, only we are doing. So don't think too much about it. Sir. Don't think too much. 1 million. Sir, 1 million. Don't think too much. I'll come one by one. Okay. So is he counted out? Yeah, approximately. But as a result of several experiments only, they are getting that count. In healthy adult people. Healthy adult people. Understand? Healthy adult people. Right? Fine. Yes. I'll come to that point. No. I'll come to that point. It's a question. We have time to discuss about that. No, you should know about it. You should know about it. According to whatever is possible to speak with you all, I will speak. More than what I understand. You have certain frame rate. Within that frame, I will give you the ideas about what's happening within it. Is that clear? More than that, don't expect. Okay? So his question was within the board. You must know. You must know that comes in questions as well. If you are thinking that I am taking something else, then you have to speak with the authorities not to include this. This is there. You should know. This age you must learn. At all. So if you are having such questions within the body, you can ask. If it is within the frame, I will explain. Okay, look at the next one. Process of generating sperms is very sensitive to temperature. When the temperature changes are happening, production of sperm will be affected. Okay. So now there is a possibility when it comes very cold. Don't look here. The people's mind, because we are in the field for several years. When you are looking at what you are thinking of. Suddenly looking at this. Right. Okay, forget about the AC. Okay. Now, when we are in the cold conditions, the sperm production rate should be increased. Okay. So next one. The production of and other things. Look at next one. Analyze this is also important. The temperature in the testis should be lower than body temperature for the production of healthy sperm. That is why. What is your body temperature? Then the lower temperature should be there within the testis. Testis temperature should be less than the body temperature. These are MCQ, current inflow statement. They give high. It is not high, should be less. Yeah, your body temperature is there somewhere around 37 degrees Celsius. So less than that temperature should be there within the testis. So see, temperature in the testis should be lower than the body temperature. Okay, look at the next point. That is the reason for testes to be in a sac called scrotum outside the body. This is why testes are not inside the body, outside the body, covered with the plate. Understand? Guys, look at this. This is. If the testes are there inside the body, it will be having the same temperature, so it is hard to produce sperms. Okay? So it is placed outside the body and covered with the scrotum to maintain a different temperature. Maintain a different temperature. Okay? So you don't want to worry about that. It is automatically done. Okay? Right. That is the reason for testes to be in a sac called scrotum outside the body. Mature sperm is motile. Motility rates are there. Medically also that is treated up. Medically also that is treated up. The people when they are not having kids even after marriage, okay, for a long time, they will check for this motility rates, because if it is the reason from the men's side, the father's side, yeah, okay, it may be caused by motility rate. This motility rate will be affected by, okay, some stuffs that they are doing during their puberty pubertal age. Okay, so I'll speak about that later. Right, look at this. Mature sperm is motile and consists of three parts named, mainly two. I said head and tail. Between the connection is body. Head, body, tail. These are the three parts. Activities of male reproductive system. What are the activities? Production of sperm cells, ejection of sperm into female reproductive system, production of testosterone. So you see, sperms and testosterone are both different. Fine. Read the next one. Don't count. Right. You can see here. Sperm cell. Sperm cell. The head. Within the head, you have the nucleus. A living cell probably should be having a nucleus. Nucleus is the inside. Okay. And this A is the middle A is the body. Here we do have a spiral shape. Okay. Organelle to produce energy. So It is the mitochondria here. And then the tail is there, tail is a bit longer. So all the sperm cells seems to be the same in structure. Okay. So we have discussed already about them. Mature sperm is motile and consists of three parts called head, body, and tail. So the female reproductive structure, ovary. There is a pair of ovaries close to the lateral walls of pelvic area in the abdominal cavity. Abdominal cavity. So see, look at this. Ovary. There is a pair of ovaries close to the lateral walls of pelvic area in the abdominal cavity. Have a look. In a cross section of an ovary, there are two zones known as cortex and medulla. In a cross section of an ovary, ovary contains two parts called cortex and medulla. Cortex and medulla. This ovary. Okay. This diagram could be given to label. Ovary is there, and this is the uterus and the bladder. Totally different part. So ovary just above these uterus, and the fallopian tube is also connected. Like fimbria-like structures are there, hair-like structures are there. So you see, this is a pair of ovaries close to the lateral walls of pelvic area in the abdominal cavity in a cross section of an ovary. You see, there are zones known as cortex and medulla. Read you. Ova are produced in follicles. Underline, quick underline that. Ova are produced in follicles. Each ovary contains primary follicles and various stages of production of ova, such as Graafian follicle. Underline those names. Graafian follicles, corpus luteum, corpus albicans. These three words you have to remember. What are the words? Graafian follicle, corpus luteum, corpus albicans. Underline it. Production of ova starts at the birth of a female. Starting from the birth of a female, ova production will be continued. Okay. Fallopian tube. All that comes out of the ovary enters into long muscular tube called fallopian tube. The end of this tube, which is close to the ovary, is funnel-like and has finger-like projections called fimbria, hair-like structures are there. These are important in transferring the ovum into fallopian tube. Uterus. There is a hollow structure positioned in pelvic area. There are three zones in uterus named as, underline, fundus, body, curves. What are the three parts? Fundus, body, curves. Two fallopian tubes are connected to the zone called fundus. Two fallopian tubes are connected to the zone called fundus. So there are two fallopian tubes. Both of them are connected to the area called fundus in the uterus. So tell me, what are the three parts of this uterus? Fundus, body, cervix. Fundus, body, cervix. Not cervix. You can say cervix. Cervix you can say. Okay. Not cervix. Vagina or endocervical canal. Vagina starts from the cervix or cervix and opens to the exterior from the opening called vulva. So this is the longitudinal structure. The cross-sectional structure would be also given in certain zonal papers, and model exam papers also related to that structures are given over there. So here, this is the fallopian tube. Two fallopian tubes are there. These are two fallopian tubes here. Okay, and you see here, this is the ovary. Look at the process. Ovary. Within this ovary, a large number of primary follicles are there. Who are there? Primary follicles are there. A large number of primary follicles are there. One of the primary follicles will be developing into Graafian follicle. What follicle? Graafian follicle. So developing into Graafian follicle like this. Okay. Now they are at a point. What it does? This Graafian follicle releases out ova. It releases out ova. OVA. Ova will be released out. The cell will be released out. The cell will be released out. So that the released out ova will be there here. Okay. And now this area, after releasing out, this area is damaged, wounded, right? this has to be covered. And that becomes corpus luteum, corpus albicans. Slowly it could be recovered and disappears. And during this, there would be a damage to the wall, bleeding out. Okay. So the ova came here. This ova, it is out of the system now. That has to be taken inside. Now I told you here, finger-like projections are there here. What they do, they just move like sweeping action they do. So as a result of that, this ova would be taken in. Ova will be taken in. So the ova moves along. Ova moves along. Now it is moving, in search of a sperm cell. Okay, it's moving down in search of a sperm cell. It's looking at if there is a sperm cell coming on. Okay, it's going down, looking at if there is a sperm cell coming, right? Because it's waiting for fertilization. It's waiting for fertilization. Now, when the ova comes down like this, okay, let's say if there is a sperm already entered, millions of sperms enter. Out of that millions, motility rate, I told you, it's important. Motility, the moving speed. They swim. Yeah, swimming inside. Okay, they swim. That's the truth. That's a reality. They swim inside. They are more tight. They swim inside, and who is the fastest comes first. Yeah, guys, I don't know. Why not? All you people started from that. Right? Okay. So you see, listen. Everyone started like that, and which is the most motile sperm cell comes on and will be, fused up. Will be fused up with this egg cell at the fallopian tube. So now after fertilizing along the fallopian tube, look at this, along the fallopian tube that comes down, and in the uterus, it would be deposited. It will be deposited. Is that clear? After that, now the fertilization has happened, right? Fertilization has happened. The fertilized ovule will be deposited over there, and that is what step by step will be developed. Let's say now it is fertilizing, right? Sperms come on, sperm is coming on, right? And the egg cell is also going down. Now let's say both of them have fertilized. Now fertilized cell come down and somewhere here within this uterus deposits. And that is the place where it starts developing into an embryo. Okay. So let's say this is not done. Then it will be fading away. And this is what removing from the body. Okay, these are removing from the body. So this is how it is waiting for a sperm. And every month this happens, and this is what we term as every month this happens means it's waiting for a sperm, and this happens as a cycle bleeding out from the body. So that is called the menstrual cycle. So the menstrual cycle happens in every 28 days approximately, right? About the twins, I'll speak. Some questions, common, frequently asked questions are there. We'll be taking at last. Okay. Right? Listen, some questions are there. All the questions you are asking me, I'm keeping them. At last, I'll speak about it. Okay. Come with me. Wait, I told you now I want to give answers. I'll take all the questions. At last, I'll answer it. Right? Is it clear about this? Diagram will be given to label. This diagram will be given to label. Okay. So can you see the parts now? I told you the uterus having 3 parts. Guys, what are the 3 parts? Fundus. What are the 3 parts? Fundus, body, cervix. Okay. So this is the uterus part, right? This is cervix. Okay. Above we do have the fundus. So close to the fundus area only. It is connected. Can you remember earlier I told you both the fimbria are getting connected to the fundus. Both the fallopian tube, not the fimbria. Fimbrias are there here. Both the fallopian tubes are getting connected to this area. This is the fundus. So fundus, cervix, and who is the other one? Body. Okay, right. Look at next one. Functions of female reproductive system. What is the function now? Production of ova in females initiates since fetal stage. From the fetal stage onward, they start producing ova. Right. At birth, look at the count. At birth, each ovary contains 200,000 to 400,000 primary follicles. I told you large number of primary follicles are there. Each ovary contains 200,000 to 400,000. Okay, right? Now don't compare the count now. So earlier 1 million. Now 200 to 400,000. No, 1 million is sperm cells. No, 1 milliliter is, can remember? 1 milliliter contains 1 million sperm cells. Then here only 200,000 to 400,000. How it is possible? Don't connect me. I told you, out of that a million sperm cells coming, only one will be motile. For sometimes two. Whatever is true, will speak. Okay. No. Nothing happens with it. Nothing happens with it. They have to just remove from the body. Yes. Keep your question. Okay. Right. Look at this. Nearing puberty. Look at this. One of the primary follicle developed to form a multicellular structure called Graafian follicle. Underline. The question asked you, what is called a Graafian follicle? How do you answer? A Graafian follicle is the structure formed, okay, developed from one of the primary follicles. Or one of the primary follicles among hundreds of parts develops into the next stage a structure that is called Graafian follicle. Underline that. It reaches the peripheral area of the ovary. Now, can you see now? These are the primary follicles. The primary follicles are converting slowly, they are developing, and that has converted to Graafian. Can you see? Graafian. One of the follicle has converted into Graafian follicle. So this Graafian follicle comes to one end of this ovary. This is the ovary. Can you remember ovary was connected with the fimbrium? Okay. So this ovary, to one end it comes. Now it is ready to release the ovum. It is ready to release the ovum. Now this is the ovum. You see, damaging this wall, it releases the ovum. So damaging the wall means there will be a bleeding happens. This bleeding starts up with menstrual cycle. Okay. So now the ovum release, right? After that, this has to be covered. Slowly it passes into developing corpus luteum. It's developing into corpus luteum. Now corpus luteum, corpus albicans, and fades disappears, and then the wound becomes recovered. This happens again in a circle the next month. So the month goes as 28 days circle. Okay, the 28 days also we have to speak, right? So you see, a multicellular structure called Graafian follicle reaches the peripheral area of the ovary. When matured, Graafian follicle bursts to release the ovum, which is directed towards the fallopian tube by fimbrium. Then the ovum passes through the fallopian tube towards the uterus. I discussed about that. Okay, right. Activities of a female reproductive system. What are the activities? Developing of ova, which are the female reproductive cells. So female reproductive cells would be developed and facilitate the developing of fetus. Once it is fertilized, the space to develop the fetus, the space, the rooms given by female reproductive structure. Production of hormones, estrogen and progesterone. So estrogen, progesterone hormones are produced by female reproductive structure, while testosterone is produced by male reproductive structure. Right. Now we come for that 28 days circle, which we term as menstrual circle or menstrual cycle. Let's write there first. What is this menstrual cycle? The cyclic process. Right now. The cyclic process. Associated with the reproductive system of sexually matured females. Sexually matured females is known as menstrual cycle. Okay. There are two phases. What are the two phases? One, it's happening in the ovary. One happens in the ovary, and that contains, to learn this properly, this is the main structure essay question. They give the graph. There are two graphs. Okay. Related to this, lot of questions may be given. Okay. So changes that takes place in the ovary and the other one changes that takes place in the uterus. Both parallelly happens. That means both the processes happens in two places at the same time. That means during the 28 days cycle I told you, from 0 to 28 day time period, while a certain phenomenon is happening, a cyclic process is happening within the uterus, another process is happening within the ovary. Meanwhile, they will be ending up at 28 days. And again, they will start the cycle in the next month. Okay. So what are the changes here? In the ovary, there are two phases. What are the two phases? Follicular phase. What is the word? Follicular phase and luteal phase. What are the two phases? Follicular phase and luteal phase. Luteal phase. Follicular and luteal phase that happens in ovary. And the next one goes up with uterus. Uterus. Uterus when you come. Uterus when you come. There are three phases. What are they? Menstrual phase, proliferation phase, secretory phase. What are the three? Menstrual phase, proliferation phase, secretory phase. Secretory phase. Okay, once again, tell me what are the two here? Follicular phase, luteal phase. That's in ovary. Uterus, menstrual phase, proliferation phase, secretory phase. Secretory. Right. So, look at the follicular phase in your tube. Changes that take place is over. I want to read it. Okay, read it. Development and release of ova, which are the female reproductive cells, is the function of ovary. What is the function of ovary? It's developing the ovum and releasing out from the releasing out from that structure, the ovary. Okay, underline that. Underline. And this happens in two stages. What are the two stages? Follicular phase 0 to 14, the first 14 days. And the second 14 days, that is the luteal phase. Come down okay here. Follicular phase 0 to 14, the first 14 days, and the second 14 days, boom, there. Utilizing the luteal phase. Two hormones are subjected here. See, this is the initial phase, follicular phase. Under the influence of follicle stimulating hormone. What stimulating hormones are? Follicle stimulating hormone, or we say FSH. What is it? FSH. So can you see the green color line? So it's high. During the follicle, have a look. Now how to compare? Two graphs are there, right? Who is above? The green one. And that is FSH. This is FSH, follicle stimulating hormone. You can see. So in the follicular phase, who is higher? FSH. What it does? Read down. Secreted by pituitary. So follicle stimulating hormone is secreted by whom? Pituitary gland. A primary follicle in the ovary develops to form a Graafian follicle which is ready to release an ovum. So what we learned earlier, we are dividing now into categories. Earlier we learned, right? One of the primary follicle will be developing into Graafian follicle to release from the ovary, right? So now one of the primary follicle developing into Graafian follicle is what happening within this follicular phase. Is that clear? So developing primary follicle into Graafian follicle. Developing primary follicle into Graafian follicle is what happening in follicular state. Is that clear? And once it is done, now the developed Graafian follicle is ready. Learn the word. Ready to release the ovum. It is not releasing the ovum. Ready to release the ovum. Is that clear? So this happens within the follicular phase. Underline that. A primary follicle in the ovary develops to form a Graafian follicle which is ready to release an ovum. This takes about 14 days, and during this phase, ovary secretes estrogen. Underline that as well. Ovary secretes estrogen. So during this follicular phase, this ovary will be producing another hormone. What is the other hormone? Estrogen hormone will be also secreted by whom? Ovary. Right. Luteal phase. Now the Graafian follicle is almost produced. Right? Can you see? Have a look. It is summarized here. Primary follicle is developing into Graafian follicle and it's ready. It's ready. Now it's releasing out the ovum now. So releasing the ovum starts at luteal phase. Releasing the ovum starts at luteal phase. Dropping off the skin. Right. So this is called ovulation. So ovulation happens. It was ready in the previous stage. Now it happens in the next stage. So see there, this is the final phase. When Graafian follicle is matured, it bursts and the ovum inside it is released from the ovary into the fallopian tube under the influence of luteinizing hormone. Underline. When Graafian follicle is matured, it bursts and the ovum inside it is released from the ovary into the fallopian tube. Now the ovary, the ovulation happens, right? Ova released out. Where does it go? it goes into fallopian tube. Fimbria, can you remember? Fimbria bites on to take it inside the fallopian tube. Along the fallopian tube, it passes down under the influence of luteinizing hormone. Yes. Without bursting, this can't come out, right? Because it's skin, right? Covered up, no? Right. So this is also done by which gland? Pituitary gland. So earlier also we said pituitary gland, right? Can you remember? FSH was also produced by pituitary gland. And now LH, can you see? At the end of this 14 days only LH is increasing. Can you see? Can you see that? LH is increasing at the end of the 14 days. At the end of the 14 days. Why? Now it is stimulating to release the ovum. It is, giving a push to release the ovum. So LH is increasing at the end of 14, and as a result, this should be released now. It's bursting and releasing ovum. Clear? So you see, secreted by pituitary gland. If fertilization does not occur, we discussed about that. Fertilization does not occur. When the ovum is passing forward through fallopian tube, the remaining part of the Graafian follicle changes to form corpus luteum. This becomes corpus luteum, corpus albicans, and it fades over. Right? This whole process occurs during luteal phase, and it takes about 14 days. During this phase, ovary secretes progesterone. What is happening here? During this phase, progesterone also secreted. Progesterone is also secreted. So can you please write that down below this diagram? This is FSH, this is LH. Write that down. Estrogen is secreted by ovary during this. And progesterone is secreted by ovary. Yeah. Okay. Done. So underline the last two statements. Okay. Guys, here, please follow the instructions. The last statement in both follicular phase and luteal phase is here. Underline it. Can you see? During this phase, ovary secretes estrogen. Like the same. During this phase in luteal, ovary secretes progesterone. So is this graph clear? You know how they get? Look at this. Look at this. Same graph they will give. No change. Same graph. And they're gonna mark it as AB. Okay? AB. And these things might not be there. If they are giving, they won't give the names. They will ask you, what is AB? What are these words refer to? When ovulation happens? What is the function here? What is the function here? That is what we have underlined now. Okay. FSH, what it does? Primary follicle. One of the primary follicle would be developed into Graafian follicle and ready to release. That is what happening within the follicular phase, stimulated by FSH. LH, what it does? Okay. It allows the ovulation to happen. That means the Graafian follicle to be burst and to release the ovum and to move it along the fallopian tube. So this is triggered by LH hormone, luteinizing hormone. Clear about them? Clear? Right. So this happens in 28 days within the ovary. Within the ovary. Move means, yeah, within this. At this point. Yeah, at this point, once it is released out, this ovum is what there. Can you remember? I told you this area. These like areas were there where it is connected over. So once the ovum comes here, it will be taken in. Once the ovum comes here, it will be taken in along the fallopian tube. Okay. Protein. No, it goes around. No, actually, that is showing your stage. The stage is what, as a flow chart, it is given there. Okay. As a flow chart, it is given within the diagram. Okay. Fine. Look at the next one now. What's happening in the next one? In the next one, changes that takes place in uterus. Only few more things are there. Have a look. If an ovum is fertilized, the embryo develops into uterus. Now, ovum is fertilized, right? Guys. Right. Look at this. Now, earlier we discussed about, guys. Can you remember? Once the ovum is taken into fimbria, along the fimbria to the fallopian tube, it passes down to meet until it meets a womb sperm cell. Let's say it says if the ovum is fertilized. Let's say the ovum has fertilized now, fertilized with womb with a sperm cell. With a sperm cell. The embryo develops in the uterus. Now it comes down the uterus and it will be deposited within the uterus. Changes that occurs in the uterus are divided into three. What are the three? What are the three? Menstrual phase, proliferation phase, and secretory phase. Could you please look at you? I'm done. What are the three? Menstrual phase, proliferation phase, secretory phase. What is the menstrual phase? This is the initial phase. If fertilization does not take place, if there is no fertilization, level of progesterone decreases. Now you see, here, let's say if there is no fertilization, progesterone level decreases. So this is estrogen, this is progesterone. No fertilization, progesterone goes down. Progesterone goes down. This causes the degradation of the walls of uterus and it is expelled out from the body through vagina with blood. This causes the degradation of the wall of uterus. Now the uterus wall is there. Okay. Now earlier that they call ovum released that. Okay. That's come out and that is added to the fallopian tube now. Okay. And that would be fading off, disappearing and all. So that is not directly connected to the bleeding and now when it comes down, it comes to the uterus, right? It comes down to the uterus. Now within the uterus, if the fertilization happens, it is deposited and developing into embryo. If fertilization is not happening, only the ova is there, sperm is not there, only the ova is there. Now what happens here? This causes the degradation of the wall of the uterus and it is expelled out from the body through vagina with blood. Now what happens? The ova coming down, it has not met with sperm. So it cannot be kept over there, it has to be released out. So the uterus wall will be expelled or it will be destroyed. So the uterus wall would be damaged. Uterus wall would be damaged now. Who triggers this? Reduction in progesterone. When progesterone level is reducing, look at the point. Progesterone level is reducing, the wall will be degraded. Wall will be degraded. Wall would be slowly breaking down. You understand the point? Whose wall? Uterus wall. Can you remember this midpoint of the structure we learned earlier? Uterus. So the uterine wall will be degrading. When the uterine wall is degrading, then the ova came on will be expelled out with vagina. So this expelling, damaging the skin is what? Bleeding out. Is what? Bleeding out. So as that released out from the body during the menstrual cycle, right? So you see, this is referred to as menstrual flow and occurs for about 4 days. 4 to 7 days, it can be changing depending on the individual, right? Listen. Now, menstrual flow happens 4 to 7 days time, and this is how it happens. What happens there? Ova comes down. If it is not fertilized, it has to be removed from the body. So for that, uterine wall will be degraded, and that is triggered by the reduction in progesterone. So once it is degraded, it will be expelling out ova into the vagina along with blood, so that it is bleeding out. So this is menstrual flow. Proliferation phase. Now, once it is degraded, it can't be staying there. It has to be regrading again. So now what happens? You can see degraded wall of uterus starts to rebuild. Can you see after this stage, it is starting to rebuild. Can you see that? It is starting to rebuild. And this is because of whom? Under the influence of estrogen. Can you see now? First look at this. This is decreasing rate. But at the second stage, who is increasing? Estrogen is increasing. Can you see? Who is increasing at the second stage? Estrogen. So when estrogen is increasing, degraded wall will be regrading. Damaged wall will be developing again. So that is affected by whom? Estrogen hormone. What is the hormone? Estrogen. So again, I'm comparing. Look here. Reducing progesterone. Reducing progesterone degrades the uterine wall in the first stage. increasing estrogen retrains, builds up the uterine wall. That is in the second stage. That is in the second stage. Third stage, final stage, uterine wall thickness and blood supply is also increased. Glands on the uterine wall are activated and it becomes secretory. This happens because of the influence of hormone progesterone. It takes about 14 days. Body temperature also increases slightly. Now you see, after the second stage, who is increasing? Progesterone is increasing. Can you see? Progesterone is increasing. Can you see? Under the influence of progesterone now, furthermore it would be developing. It is fixed up with all the damaged cells rebuilt. Okay, so the blood supply and all would be furnished. Okay, and the hormones would be also produced well. So it is once again ready for the process. So now after these 28 days, you can say 28 days time. I said it's a cycle. Now once again it has built. Once again it has built. So the next month also the same process happen. Ova comes out down the uterus. Sperms have not entered. So the ova waits, no sperms, it has to be expelled out. So this grading, this is the uterine wall degrades. Same way. Uterine wall degrades and it damages, bleeding occurs, expelling out the ova, and the process continues. Like the same, it rebuilds, regenerates, once again it goes down when there is no fertilization. So this is how it goes until ova meets sperm. Ova meets sperm. Until that happens, this process continues. And that is why, as a cycle, every 28 days, like menstrual cycle goes. Clear? So during this condition, the females they will be having a body weakness. Again, the strength the strength totally goes low. They'll be having a body pain and all because it's a total biological process happening within the body. Is that clear? So, some of the things are there in biology in these lessons and all. Commonly, boys and girls, both you people have to learn because you're gonna live a life together. That means males to females, there's a relationship, right? Okay, so living as a family, when you are living, both you people should understand each other in certain cases, like okay. So now you might be learning, especially boys. Now you might be learning this as a theory, but one day it would be helpful for you to understand your family's conditions. Okay? So in this time period, it's very hard for them to work on. It's very hard for them to do their routine works. And that is why even in the region it is said to be keep them, but sort of, don't disturb them, like don't pull them more, loads over. So they have to be relaxed during this time. So this can't be, what you call illustrated out. This can't be represented out with everyone. The person with them should know. Okay, the person with them should know. Oh, under the parents care, the parents will be taking care of that during that period. Okay, and these things are not to be, as I told you. Okay, underprivileged, mentally sport people, they will be having problems. Okay, so there are structures. There are some phenomena happening, especially in girls and boys. Also, there are some others, but not like this. Menstrual flows are not there in boys. Menstrual flows are not there in boys. But the sperm productions are there within them. Sperm productions are there within them. And I told you, these sperm productions, okay, listen, naturally that has to be happen. Natural happening, you can't control. It goes up with cold climatic conditions and all those things happens. Okay, but there are some other activities also. In a wrong way, if it is done, okay, that means artificial, right? If it is happening so, it is affecting the mortality rate with the time, with the age. With the age when you are going on, okay? One day, when you need these sperms to be moving faster at a higher speed, it won't be right because you have almost spoiled its speed. Okay? You have almost spoiled its natural speed because of some actions. So that I told you, mortality rates are very important. But afterwards, once it is spoiled, you have to treat it for a long time until it is naturally get back. Oh, you have to feed yourself with treatments, but it takes a long time. There are people, those who are suffering. Okay, so things happening naturally, let it be. Don't interfere. Don't interfere and spoil your future. Is that clear? Clear? But I am speaking, there's a deep meaning. Okay. So taking on a bit of clear about that? Fine. So you see, this is about the menstrual cycles, and one more diagram comes down. Okay, it's time for the questions. Wait. Small part we have to finish it up. 2 more pages we have. 2 more pages. Look at this. Look at this. I have finished this part. Okay, this part. I told you a temperature change happens during the menstrual flow. There would be a slight difference, slight change in temperature within the body. Here, do you have this temperature difference in your body? No. Come here. Listen. Menstrual flow. During the menstrual flow, there may be slight differences in the body temperature. You see, first day flow closer to 36. Can you see? Second day, slightly started to increase at the end. After 14, quickly it is increasing. So you feel some sort of very hardness, difficulties in your body, and at the end of 28 days, once again it reduces. Once again it is reduced. So like such a temperature change happens in home, this female's body during the menstrual flow, and the increase is happening during the second 14 days. What is the stage then? Menstrual stage, proliferation stage, secretory stage. Within this stage. Or when you are taking the ovary, it was the follicular phase, luteal phase. So these things you have to remember. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. Yes. So your question is. Please behave yourself. Wait. I will start. Yeah, don't worry. Please continuously naturally. Otherwise, every time whenever you want to use it, you want after that, if you have any questions, you may ask. Girls, any questions? No questions. Give me the questions and speak forward. Because everyone is going to give me questions. Yes. Did it change? Why is it? Because of getting weaker. Okay. So the body is not strong enough to what you call withstand the pressures, withstand the difficulty. So you get a that's what the pain is. Yeah, you can simply say because that's what they Fine. The next point. Others are not there. Close that door, please. Door.
Of a single sperm facing incredible odds to unite with an egg and form a new human life. It is the story of
Sir, after I asked you for this idea. Right. Sound's not working there. No. Quietly. Have a look. Look at the way the sperm's running faster. So you can see. No, sound is not working. So all these are sperms, right? They are moving through. So millions of sperms. This is the egg cell. I mean, going towards the egg cell jar. Once it is meeting up with the egg cell, starts penetrating. You see? Yeah, some of them die by the way they are walking. They are running. Okay. So this is what important to increase the motility, the tails. So can you see? They want to be the fastest. So you see? Look at this. Here it is. Can you see it's going? These are millions of sperms.
So what is that like, sir?
So see here. You should be strong enough to go through penetrating the eggs. That streamline shape is there to go through, reducing the friction.
Sir, they need
See. Can you see now? Right? You see now? Out of all, several people will try to go in, but only one person would penetrate and get inside. And then it would be fertilized. Can you see it? It has gone in now. It's going inside there. Entering the egg now. Entering. Now it will be deposited over there. Now you see the ovule, that means the egg is covering it up. Carefully covering. Right? Now it is entered in, others are neglected up. They can't come now. Huh? Twins happen because of this. You see?
Then what happens to these?
Yeah, right, that's right. Now, once they have fertilized, okay, this fertilization happens in several ways, and the twins are born because of what is it? Now, one egg with one sperm, when it is fertilized, one embryo will be growing up. One embryo will be growing up. So sometimes with one egg, two sperms, three sperms could also get fertilized. This is leading towards twins. This is leading towards twins. Okay. So this goes up with cell divisions and all. It is going up with cell division.
So is this minus is what you are saying? Yes.
Right, look at this now. Right. I told you about the twins. When one egg fertilizes with one sperm, okay, one egg is there, and one sperm is fertilizing. Egg is relatively larger. So now this leads towards, okay, fertilized. Now it is fertilized. The fertilized egg leads towards the zygote. That means this is what getting into embryo. That means 1 kg. 1. Now let's say one egg is fertilized with 2. Because of them are running, right? 2. Good question, right? Okay. So when there are 2, then what happens? Both of them fertilize, and there will be twins. And in this way, the twins formed are so far identical. So far identical. Identical means same like, possibly same like age. Because same person's sperms, 2 sperms fertilized with 1 egg. Okay. Yes. 1 egg, same persons, same DNA containing 2. Listen. 2 sperms. Guys, listen here. No more questions. Listen now. Mr. Rajit, no more questions. Look here. No, look here. Now this results in identical twins. let's say 3, 4, 5 sperms at once they are fertilizing one egg. This is what resulting in several twins. Result, reports are there about 11, 14 like reports are there. But very rarely happens. By personally consult. Ain't going on, man. Listen. Okay, 14 or 16 or whatever, that is because of 16 fertilized. In the same goes. Yeah, 16 possibly. Okay, it may I'm saying, because there are several other types of twins. I'm saying it may. So, number of sperms fertilized with this ovule, the egg, when it is increased, it gives you identical twins. Let's say this happens in this way. Now, eggs also not only one egg, no, so at a time, it is mostly accepted theories. At a time, only one egg will be released during the menstrual cycle. Okay. Some occasion, that is called ovulation. One ovum released at a time is called ovulation. So releasing one ovum. Okay, this is ovulation. There is another point called superovulation. What superovulation? There are some females, genetically from generation, they do have this habit. That is, they release 2 or 3 at once. They can release. They can means not releasing in their drink. Biologically, that is happening in their body. Okay, genetically, it is because of maybe their mother might be a twin. Biological mother should have given for a twin birth. Maybe her or her sisters are twin or brothers are twin. So biologically, genetically, it is transferred. So in that case, what happens? Now the eggs are there. So let's say 3 sperms are there. Now 3 different twins will be there. 3 different twins will be there. Wait, not twins actually. Listen with me. Now at the same birth, let's say 3 babies are being born. In this way, if it is happening, all 3 are different to each other. Different phase. Okay, different phase may be there. So there are different words we are using. So identical, fractional twins, different types of twins are there. So those are not needed here. Alright. So you see, there are possibilities like that. And moreover, depending on the way they are fertilizing and what sort of genes they do have and all, sometimes both of them will be, when you are coming on, boys, both of them will be girls, one boy, one girl, it might happen. Sometimes, in movies and all, you are looking at this, right? What happened? 2 people connected together. Correct? 2 people connected together. Why is that? Listen. This happens because of this. Now guys, look at this. Okay. Here, look at this. Look at you. You know how this happens, Both of them are fertilized. And then what happens? This will be divided into 2. The fertilized ovule will be divided into 2. Why? 2 sperms are there. 2 sperms fertilized with one egg will be splitting into 2. Splitting into 2, they could be leading towards identical twins. What twins? Identical twins. Okay. Now here, some cases are there where during this splitting, if it is not completely split, somewhere it is connected. When it is splitting one, somewhere it's connected. Let's say somewhere it is connected. Biologically, because it's because of the nutrition and all only this is happening. Science we are speaking about, okay? So nutritions are needed for this growth and development. During this growth and development, if they are not completely divided and not completely divided in certain places, they are combined, let's say, they are fused, let's say. Along with that, they grow up. So the embryos would be also fused. Maybe at a point, hand, legs, or sometimes by the heads, they are fixed. So you see what happens? They grow up. If they are very well in a healthy condition, they are growing up, they would be resulted as 2 combined babies. Sometimes one will be more growing than the other in this communication. Then what happens? Then what happens? One will be growing well, while the other one is underdeveloped. So it is a threat for its life. When it is delivered out, probably that the second baby connected or might be having a lower lifespan. Sometimes, maybe because of that the second one, first one would be also having a life threat, so they would be delivered out. Okay. And the same thing happens when they are twins, separated twins also. Why? They are totally separated twins, but one is growing larger, obtaining more nutrition. The other one has not obtained more nutrition. So within the mother's womb, sometimes it will be totally destroyed. Okay. Only one should be taken home. And that could be happening even before the date of delivery. That has been done because the other one has died. The other one has totally vanished. So in a destroyed region area, the other healthy one should not be killed. So probably in the 7th month or the 8th month, that has to be taken out. Okay, that has to be taken out to keep at least that one baby to healthy. But there's a risk taking out of 7th and 8th month. In such an environment, taking out is very risky. That has been kept in ICU, so and so. Different sort of things are there. After all, with the will of God, it will be coming back. Is that clear? Clear about that? So accordingly, different sort of twin structures are there. Did you understand the idea here? Now, because of the fertilizing structure criteria, only number of babies increasing, and if it is identical or fractional, they are different. Depends on how many eggs and how many sperms are fertilized together. Now, first baby is given. Now the second sperm comes, means that's for the second baby. It is for the second baby. Okay. So this happens. Okay. Look at this. Now, this is after the birth, after the delivery of the first baby, right? Okay. So during that time period, menstrual cycle stops. Menstrual cycle stops. No bleeding happens in women. After that, once again it starts. Okay. Then the second one, okay, when the fertilization is happening, same criteria it happens to be. Same way it happens to be. And genetically, you are having that ability to give twins because of the superovulation. And if they have already given birth to another child, the second birth probably may be a twin. Probably may be a twin. Already, a woman has given birth to one child. And she is having the superovulation power genetically. So the second baby probably may be a twin. Why? Superovulation is there. She is already giving, again, in her biological process, 2 ova are being released. And she has already given rise to another baby, so she is already adopted. So with all these factors, possibly the second, okay, delivery could be a twin. Could be a twin. Is that clear? So these are the things related to twins within what you want. There are some others also involved. Those are not needed here. Fine. So all this comes under the fertilization part. Fertilization. So you see, the fertilization goes in this way. From fertilization to implantation. Guys, look at this. Look at this. From fertilization. Now, this is the point where the ova is released, right? Can you remember? Once again, Graafian follicle releases the ova. Ova would be taken by the fimbria into the fallopian tube. Now, you see, let's say the sperm cell has already come here, fertilization happens. But somewhere at here only it is happening, but as a graph it is given. Now, fertilization happened, let's say, day 1, the very next day, it becomes a zygote, fertilized. N plus N becomes 2N. Remember, zygote is the first stage, and that is the first 2N cell. So, zygote becomes 2 cells, 4 cells, 8 cells, like it keeps on dividing and becomes an embryo. So, these words and all are not needed. There are morula, blastula, different terms are there. At last, it comes here, and now within the uterus, it implants. It takes a point, takes a place, occupies a space, and then depresses. And this is covered up. So there it is implanted, and it keeps on growing up. It keeps on growing up. So you see, So there are a number of days taken on. You can observe the same diagram, day 3, 4, like I told you, morula and blastocytes we say, and at last coming up here, implantation of the blastocytes. So when it is implanting, that is called blastocytes, blastocytes. Zygote, it's what coming up with. Different stages are there. When it is implanting, we name it as blastula or blastocytes. So this is what implanted here, and within the mother's womb, within this area, it structures and keeps growing up. It keeps growing up as a fetus. So you see, at last, it gets into this stage. Step by step, it would be growing up. So you see, different layers are there. This is also possible there. Look at this. Look at this. Now this is the baby. Now you see the baby is upright down. This is the healthy condition to get it removed from the mother's womb. So you see here, this is the embryonic membrane. What membrane it is? Embryonic membrane. Okay. So this embryonic membrane covers up, and then within that you can see placenta is there and the umbilical cord is there. So umbilical cord is what connecting both of them. So this is belonging for the mother's body. So this umbilical cord connects the baby with the mother's womb. So umbilical cord is what transferring the nutrition. It is what transferring the nutrition within the mother and the baby. So all of them would be transferred within the mother and the baby. In fact, if there is an infection, also could be possibly transferred. But there is no blood transfusion happening. Blood will not be transferred. Okay, so possibly it could be transferring everything, but not blood. But if there is a viral infection or something, that is also possibly transferring. So accordingly, it is a fetus, uterine wall, embryonic membrane, that is the mucosa membrane, and within that, possibly can you remember cervix area? Okay, and then the fundus, within that only the mother's womb is there. And you see, during this condition, possibly the baby inside the mother's womb would be in a darker state, where there's no light. It's totally dark. Okay, and like a liquid-like structure is also there to protect it, a layer. So that is how it happens to be. And when the delivery period comes, that the layer breaks, it tears off. Accordingly, it will be taken out of the body. If it is in a healthy condition, very easier under normal delivery, it will be taken out. In some cases, okay, it's very hard. Where you have to go for cesarean. We are saying cesarean. So what they do, they cut over there, over the abdominal region. They cut and they take it. It's not easy. So you see, okay. So within this structure, the babies, when they are here, the pain that the mothers they have, okay, the pain that the mothers they feel, it cannot be replaced by anything else. Every one of your mothers have failed, so that you are there. If they have thought, why the hell I want to get this pain, you might not be there. Correct? You are there here today because they have sacrificed their lives. During this time period, what they want, they can't eat. Where they want to go, they can't go. They have to sacrifice everything, all their desires. In fact, the whole beauty that they were keeping on towards their spouses, they have to forget about. Because now they are worrying about their kids. They are worrying about the unborn baby. They are preparing themselves for the unborn baby, not only 1, 2, 3 days, almost 9 to 10 months period. Okay. Unless you felt it, unless you experience that, you won't feel. Now still in small kid age, okay. You have to grow up. You have to get into a wild where you experience with that. Experience means twice you want to experience this, but you will get the experience through your spouses. So that is the time where you realize what is the exact pain of your mother who felt when she was delivering, when she was carrying you in the mother's womb. Okay. So that the pain cannot be replaced by anything else, nothing else. Okay. What sort of things you are doing throughout the lifetime, whatever the stuff you are doing throughout the lifetime for your mom, just a small kick you are giving within this time. Okay, the pain she get at that time, that the pain, okay, she willingly, okay, or even unwillingly, she had to bear. Why? She was carrying about this unborn baby. She haven't seen what it is. Okay. So everything patiently she was taking on, she was bearing because she just wanted to take this out alive, even making her own life risky. You have heard of it? Many people, many mothers have died when they are giving rise to their. So every mother does have that intention. Otherwise, she's not a mother. Okay? Every mother does have that intention. When they are giving rise to the babies, when they are giving rise to the kids delivered, they are sacrificing the whole life not to the way. They are pretty assured, do or die condition they are. It is a do or die. Sometimes they will, say they'll be saved. Otherwise, what they say for the doctors, no matter whatever happens to me, save my kid. Save my kid. That is the only thing. So in all these ways, they have built up. Okay, they have built up. I told you, a single pain given because of a cake cannot be replaced even the whole world you are giving. Because just imagine a small pain because of punching or pinching over your body. You can't bear it. It's outside over the rough skin. Inside your body without a rough skin. Okay, with no any sort of layers like suddenly you are giving up, kick. Okay, not once, not twice, number of times throughout that 10 months period. It's not so easy. She was bearing everything. She was bearing all those stuffs, and step by step, the baby is growing up. There are time periods that have given you on the tube, you can read them. Within the time period, first month, second month, third month, fourth month, like almost 9 months, step by step, the embryo is growing on. Embryo is growing on. Okay, it's growing larger. She can feel that. Okay, and she is waiting until that kick, until that touch is felt. So first touch or the first kick she felt, that is the most happiest day for her. Why? She felt the touch of her kick, especially the first kick. Especially the first kick. Okay. So afterwards, she would be more concerned about the unborn baby's health. Still not born, but still. So even before you grow, she is the only person to take care of her. Okay? From that time onwards, she was caring, sacrificing everything she was carrying. Right? So step by step, you are growing up, your body structures are forming, hairs are growing, teeth are going, it's started to, so nails are growing, so all this happen, and one day you are coming out. At the time, if you have gone for certain those maternal clinics and all, you could see how hard they are, bearing that. Some people are there, they used to shout during this time. During this time of delivery, they used to shout because they can't bear that pain. So they can't bear that pain, they used to shout. Some of them, what they do, they ask the doctors to tie them up. Why? That happens. They used to tie. Why? Because they are scared of the unborn baby. Okay. Somewhat because of can't bearing the pain, because of the body faster movements, if something happens, so they ask the doctors to tie them up. Okay. So in such a way, after all these efforts, it's delivered out. It's delivered out. The baby comes out. Let's say she's also safe. Okay. So the second most, the time she gonna be happy. Why? She could see the result of all her sacrifices. Got it? She could see all the sacrifices of all these 10 months. Okay. And then onwards, will she start doing all what she has not done for the last 10 months? No. Furthermore, she would be concerned. Why? She has to take care of her as well. Why? If she is okay only, she can feed her child because mother's milk. So she has to take care of herself. She has to take care of the kid. All other steps she will avoid for a number of time, for a period of time. So step by step, she'll be growing you all. Okay. And all these behind the scene, who is there? Father. Father behind the scene, keeping quiet. Okay. Because if he is not there, nothing could be possible. Right? Okay. Starting from one. So both together growing up well. Both together growing up well. Growing you up well, nurturing you, feeding you, giving you clothes, everything. Everything. Okay. So what is the return you are giving? What is the return you are giving? What is the return? Shouting at your mom. Shouting at your mom. Not listening for her words. Even there are people here, I personally know. Shouting at your mom, not listening to her. Okay. Backbiting your father. Right. You think like he is the biggest enemy. This is the age. This age you are in. You think your father is the biggest enemy for your life. Why? Because he also passed that stage, right? He knows how to tackle that stage. Okay. He knows if you've gone misled, you cannot be stopped. So he does all those stuffs to correct you. But within his heart, within his mind, he might be, regretting about that, but nothing to do. He is the one to take care of you. No matter whatever happens, because of your friends, because of all those external stuff, you might be backbiting them, you might be going over their words, and you might be doing different stuffs. But one day, somewhat you have to return to them. Okay, there comes points, there comes times in your life. No one else will be there, even your close friend. None of them will be there. None of them will be there. Because everyone will be having their own life. Okay, everyone will be having their own life. None of them would be there. You have to return to your father and mother, but sometimes they might not be alive. Understand? Because you did all those stuffs, you didn't take care of them. There are people doing in the society now. After all these things are done by their mother and father, they don't return it. Anyhow, we can't return everything. Like I told you, right? Even the whole world you are giving, that's a small incident you can't replace. So most of them, we do have in our country as well. The elders' homes are there. But they are sending them. Imagine if your mother, father also did the same thing, children's home, if they have sent you, will you be having all what you are having today? No. So the best thing, as per your ability, what you can do is educate yourself. Educate yourself. And have an aim on your life. One day, okay, as much as possible, I'll return all, okay, to give them a wonderful life. That is the only, okay, realistic, real thought and an aim you could have. All others are because of external stuffs. Okay. So really that is the thing, that is the feel you can have, because it's connected with the most bounded love. That is the love. All others are love. Others are not love. Because of some other external so-called love, you forget about your true love. Okay. So the only thing that you can return them is a good life for them in their elderly time. So don't betray them. Okay. Don't betray them. Always they wanted to build you up only. That is why all these things. So even you see now, sometimes when you are looking at your father and mother, okay, what is their age? Maybe 40, 50. Those age people are there right here. Okay, father, mother's age when you are concerning. Some of them may be there 30, 35 also. Okay, so that may happen. But still you see, within that age, even when you are concerning, especially about 40, 50 means, somewhere still they are working for whom? For you people, right? To build up you, right? To build your education, to build your life, to fix your family life, all those, even for boys. So giving all those things, at last you are saying goodbye for them, right? So these things are also connected to science, scientific. Okay, so keep it in your mind. Okay, firmly think, firmly, make an aim, returning as much as possible to them, not to betray them for anyone, for anything, for any circumstances. Always return love for them. That is the only thing they care. They don't want anything. Actually, they don't expect anything from you. Only thing is care. Only thing is the love. So Islam also says, right? Not even a single word to say them. What is a single word? Even chi, oof. Even that word you should not utter in front of them. That is the level of respect given by the religion. Every religion should speak the same. You see, after God, they are the other whom? Mother and father. Islam says first mother. You have heard of that, right? When it was asked from the Prophet, first mother, second mother, third mother, fourth father. Why? Mother has sacrificed. So keep it in your mind. Okay, the lessons that you are learning, it is not just to write your exams and all. Some of the lessons you have to take into your life, where it would be totally deviating your life. Is that clear? Totally, it would be transferring your life. Okay. So usually, when you learn about these things, it would be connected with the realistic life also. Okay. I hope the parts that we have discussed now could have gone into your mind to the bottom of the level. Okay. Keep it in your mind. Not to forget that. Okay. Not to forget that. Much as possible, try to give it back with your studies. When you are getting into a good level of education, good level of status in the society, that is the biggest happiness they will have in their elderly time. Clear about? Did you understand? Did you understand what I said? Fine. So the last goes up with some sexually transmitted diseases. So just have a look on that on your tube. Okay. From your tube, just have a look on that. Please read the remaining parts. I have already done. Okay, up to the implantation, and the next one is about the development of fetus I spoke about, and the parturition. Parturition means that is the childbirth, which we talked about, like the child delivery. Up to that level, I have done, almost done. Only the remaining part is about the sexual diseases. Just read it. Okay, fine. Hope the lesson is clear. The total lesson we have done with. Okay, I hope all your questions are also clarified. Do I have any questions not done?
Sir,
During because of becoming weakness, and they can't eat what they want. They have to take care of it. So sometimes they are strength twins for the boy and girl can be another. Will they look the same? Okay, see you then. Good evening. Salam. Sir, will they look the same? Will they look the same? Yeah. Identical.
Sir, question easy. Time.
Hey.
Salam.